Hearing for the Budget Committee. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. I am Stacy Dion. I am the Secretary of the Budget Committee. I want to make introductions of the Budget Committee. The Chair, Trish Tidd, could not attend. The Vice Chair, Rick Russman, Gary Finnery, Kim Donahue, Anne Marie Roth, our Recording Secretary, Cindy McCulley, and John Pramberg. Select Board.
Hi, I'm Chris Bashaw. Yeah, Rick. Chris Bashaw, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. I have Glenn Koppelman, Ellie Alessi.
Today's agenda is to read through the proposed 2024 warrant articles, as well as to review the revenue expectations for 2024. The procedure will go as follows. I will read the, we are not reviewing any of the planning board warrant articles, so we will read articles 27 through 44. There will be discussion from both the Budget Committee and the Select Board. We will then open the warrant article up for a public comment. Once that public comment is done, we will vote. The Budget Committee will vote on the warrant article, and the Select Board will vote.
Money attached.
Yes, if it's a requirement for the Budget Committee, we'll only vote on the ones that are impacting budget procedure or impacting financial or money requirements.
Stacy, are you also reading Article 1, or are you just going right to 27?
Article 1 is that will get done during the candidates night, because that will have everything. So it's the open position. So I'll go directly to 27.
Okay.
Are you ready? Article 27, shall the town of Kingston raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $9,590,001.12. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $9,679,394.34, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Kingston or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13X and 16 to take up the issue of the revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact $4.75 per thousand. Estimated tax impact of the default budget is $4.81 per thousand. Discussion?
I just want to be sure I understand this. So the current tax rate is $15.78. Are you saying the budget passing adds $4.75 to that, so that our new rate is represented as $20.53 per thousand?
That is correct. That's how it would. And plus, there would be a tax impact for the school budget as well.
Nope.
No.
So that is, it won't, this for the taxes won't go into effect till next November. So once we get any new assessments and everything else that goes into creating the tax rate, that's when this will go into effect. But this will affect, like, your personal taxes, $4.75 per 1,000. But it won't happen till next year.
But also you need to understand that it's the worst case scenario, because other things will occur, other revenue may come in that would mitigate that impact. It would only go down. It couldn't get any worse than that. I guess that's what I wanted to reassure you.
It's bad enough, thanks.
It is bad enough, no question about it, but when the rate is set in October, November timeframe, then any other things, revenue sources that have come in to mitigate that would be deducted. So that's the worst case scenario.
Right, this is just the expense side, it's not anything else.
But to focus and simplify, let me just ask this question. If you're a homeowner and your property's assessed for $500,000, the effect is a $2,350 tax increase?
That's not correct. I think it's because if you, $3.91 to the $4.75, not increase $4.75. That's because your tax rate, which includes the municipality and the schools, state and the county, ends up being 1607. So, but just the municipal portion of it is currently set at $3.91. We will go from $3.91 to $4.75, not a $4.75 per thousand increase.
So so to be clear, in the example that I cited, you're saying it will go up 89 cents, which on a $500,000 house would be about $500.
Correct.
$450.
Correct.
Unless it goes down.
It won't go high. It can go down, but it won't get bigger.
And can I also assume that anything that happens at town meeting that would add to that brings that number up further?
That's correct.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, so any of these other additional warrant articles that have potential cost of
Which I think the public is clear about. I think that everybody knows that in general, but I don't think they understood these figures here. You see what I mean? The person looking at this could say, my tax is going to go up $2,400. That's not really true. It's going to go up $850.
Still not cheap.
So there was talk, and I don't know if this is the right forum, but someone had stated if we voted down the budget, or the residents voted down the budget and went to default, that although the default's higher, in year 2, it actually saves money. It lowers the tax rate. Is that true? John, I think you expanded on that at one point.
Well, it's a speculation on my part, because it makes no sense for me that we increase spending 10, 20% year after year, and yet the default budget, it's on every year, is low. That makes no sense. As I began to study,
He still needs it closer.
as I began to look at it, what will happen is that there won't be any real effect. There'll be a slight increase the first year, but the second year, the default budget, you know, the effects of not passing that budget with all that new spending will kick into effect in future years.
Has an impact down the road, yes.
And I think it all depends on which budget you default on. Usually, as I've seen towns that have gone into that pattern, it's usually defaulting on. So even last year, we had a significant increased budget, so it takes a much longer period of default budgets to realize that type of savings.
And I know we reviewed the budget last week, and I'm sorry, I have so many questions today. I promise you I'll try my best to contain them. But we did the default budget. I don't mean to reopen it, but as it's an article on the floor, I want to understand, was COLA for the 2024 added to default, or what I see as COLA is just 2023?
It's the 2023 COLA that was on the approved budget. It's just adding the additional 3 months because it was only 9 months.
And for the trash, because that was something that was contractually done mid-year, is that in the default?
It's whatever it is for this year. Does that make sense?
The trash contract was actually, there was a huge shortfall that came up due to provisions in the contract.
Okay,
So the trash contract was signed in 2022.
okay, then that alleviates my concern. Thank you.
Are there any other comments on this current budget, on the warrant? We'll go to public comment.
Could you just tell me what items, excuse me, were sort of over and above what this budget is for the default? Because the default's higher, so I'm just trying to wonder what was in the default budget that isn't necessarily in this budget.
So are you talking about why the default would be
Higher.
higher than the current budget?
Right, so there must be certain items that are still in the default budget that you didn't feel the need to put in this year's
Yep.
budget, and I'm
So
just wondering what they
the
are.
primary item that was not put in the current budget is we eliminated pay per performance. So the previous year, we had about $90,000 in pay per performance. And this year, we did not implement a pay per performance, and instead it's just based on a COLA. And
But you have COLA, which you didn't have before, so what's
we've
the,
had we've had COLA for the last 3 years,
so COLA remained the same,
correct?
and you took out, so COLA hasn't increased from last year?
Correct.
At
It
all?
was 4% last year, it's 4% this
We
year.
actually cut COLA on certain departments because we were putting a wage matrix in
Yeah,
for them.
only, though it was cut on certain positions that they implement, there was a decision made to implement the pay salary study wage matrix for those individuals since they were being brought up.
Right, but all I'm saying is that while you took out 90, it sounds like you put it someplace else because you brought the wage matrix up for other departments. So while you took out 90, you put some back in. So I just wondered, are there other items?
I'd say it seemed to have been a lot of small stuff. The departments really worked hard. If they could shave $2,500 here, $2,500 there, the budget committee did make some motions to remove some provisions from some small items. I know there was a couple in the planning board that they did cut in
I'm
half.
aware of that.
Yep, and so, but I think there was just a lot of small stuff coming out of departments where they tried to make an effort to make some operating cost
So
reductions.
the department heads cut the budget, but so that remains the same in last year's budget, and none of that was touched.
Can you repeat that?
I said, while the department heads this year made the effort to cut things out of the budget to reduce it as much as they could, the department heads did that, but all those items have remained in last year's default, as legally they can.
Correct.
Are there any other public comments on warrant Article 27?
Hi, I'm Blair Porter in Kingston. So if I get the math correct, that's a 22% increase over last year. And I believe last year's was 17 or, let me hold it up a bit. There we go, how's that? Is that much better? Okay. So this year's increase in the budget for the town is around 22%, is that correct? Over last year's?
The actual number is 19.93%.
Okay, we'll say 20%.
Yep.
And last year's was? It's like 18%, right?
No, 8, not 18.
8 point something.
8.7. And we're talking about just the town's operating
Okay.
budget.
Okay, so in the last 2 years, we've gone up 38%? Is that fair?
8.7 plus 19.
Okay, okay, so those numbers are different than what I had, but that's fine. All right, so we'll say it's 27%. So what has caused that large an increase? Because the inflation rate and cost of living, et cetera, hasn't been nearly that. So I just wanted to understand a little bit what's driving that rate.
I guess I would say one of the big provisions is there's been a huge, after COVID happened, there's been a huge shift in labor costs trying to recruit people. There's been a labor market that I don't think any of us ever experienced where communities are offering large sums of money to just jump to the next town over for the same job. It's happening police, fire, it's even happening with public works and other municipal positions. The other thing is inflation doesn't necessarily account for some specific items that are used often by a municipality. 3 years ago, the cost of gasoline went from $1.89 and now it's been over $3 to $4. We use a lot, we use gasoline in the town. Asphalt paving has gone up astronomically percentage-wise. I believe the Director of Public Works said over the past couple of years, was it around 40% over the past 3 years? So asphalt paving has gone up.
So on the asphalt paving, that's the hot top, hot mix? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yes. So how much what is allotted in the budget for that this year?
I don't know off the top of my head. We discussed those line by line last week. And then
I believe I looked at it. I think it's around 200.
200.
And so,
Sorry, 180. Just let me finish, please. It's around 180. What was the allotment last year for it? I think it was pretty much the same number. So I'm just curious, if that's the case, why isn't the number going up? So again, I'm having a hard time reconciling these things.
one of the other major issues we face is that
Well,
federal.
I wasn't sure we were done with the hot top question, because I didn't get my answer.
210,000 last
So
year.
it's pretty much the same number. Okay. So the hot top allotment hasn't gone up in the budget, though that's part of what the expense is, which means we must be buying less, so we're doing less in roads. Is that what that would equate to? Numbers, because you brought that up as an example. So what else is driving that cost?
So I think if you look at the one, so there's about 1.3 million that is accounted on the money we're putting into the budget this year for matching grant money for the highway block grant and
Okay.
for 288,000 for the PFAS.
Okay.
So when you put that together based on the insurance cost for the town that has gone up,
Yeah.
you get, other mandatory increases that are required by the town, you get about $1.3 million in increases based on those alone.
Okay.
There's a handful of items, health insurance and retirement,
Okay.
and the 2 block grants that we're putting in order for us to get the money back,
Okay.
we have to appropriate the money so it can come back.
Okay.
So in order for us to get that revenue, we need to have it in a budget line item.
So this happens every year? Is it?
This happens every year. So when we are doing budget, we have to appropriate for every dollar the
Okay.
town spends.
Okay.
So whether or not we're getting a grant,
Yeah.
if somebody wants to give us $100,000 to repair the town hall,
Okay.
in order for us to spend that $100,000, we would need to put it in the budget, and it would have to show up in the budget.
Right.
So we want to be able to claim that revenue. So in order for us to put it in, we put it into the budget,
Yeah.
and then we take it as revenue.
Yeah.
So they offset, which why this number becomes the highest number that could
Right.
possibly happen, but it would not be the number that would end up on the tax bill once all revenues are received in, and we would offset them.
So this number that we're seeing here today represents those appropriations
Correct,
without the considerations of getting those block grants back.
correct,
And when those block grants happen in the fall, I assume, is sometime throughout the year, we'll say.
correct.
So when this rate is set next November, plus or minus, it takes into account those block grants?
It does.
Okay.
It takes into account all revenue that is received within the town, which is why
Okay.
Selectman Alessio said this is a worst-case scenario.
Okay.
This is the worst case. We are required to put every penny into the budget that would require for this
Yep.
town. So if there's any grants that we would like to get, or
Okay.
matching grants, so
Okay.
there are some matching grants, there are
Okay.
full grants. So like the PFAS grant is a
Yeah.
full grant.
Yeah.
And that 288,000 will become our revenue, and
Okay.
it will offset any tax implications once
Okay.
we receive that money.
Okay, so basically that's a net zero as far
It's
as
a net.
impact, if all the grants happen per se?
Yep.
Okay.
And we can't put it at, we have to assume we're gonna need to have that money, and we
Okay.
need to spend the money, so a lot of it is reimbursable. So
Right.
once we do the work, we'll get the money back from the grant.
Okay, so you've got to basically appropriate and then get the grant back.
Right.
And the grants are matched 100% to the appropriation, there's no shifting around or anything.
It is,
Let me just say this, though, this is what you may not receive the money, the reimbursement in the year that you've had to raise the money tax.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
maybe, depending on timings.
You've got to raise the money from the real estate tax rate.
Gotcha, okay. So the other question I think you brought up was the cost of labor is a big issue in the budget. I think I saw some of the numbers earlier, you're going to a new, you're trying to harmonize those, I say, to the labor market, I'll put it that way. And that's causing a large increase?
That has definitely caused some increases over the past couple of years. And then
Okay.
all any attached benefits that are attached to labor costs. So
Okay.
obviously the cost of, I think just the health increase, health, dental, life premium increases, as well as the mandated stuff by state retirement, that was almost
Okay.
$750,000 of this budget increase.
Yeah. Now, other towns experience the same thing? Because I was looking at other towns' tax rates, and they haven't gone up as fast as ours.
I guess,
That depends on other aspects in that town.
Right. But,
So-
but ours have gone up significantly more. We're not talking a few percentage points. We're talking significantly more. So if the labor market is such, I would expect the other towns to have that same format. I'm just curious of why the discrepancy.
I think tax rates is a tough number to look at because our tax rate actually reduced because we had a high assessment cost.
Yeah, but just-
But the overall tax depends on their assessment cycle
Right.
and all those things. But yes, numerous towns have been experiencing, especially on the
Right.
seacoast. Anywhere near the seacoast has been experiencing
Right,
tax
but if you look
increases.
at the year-over-year pattern of other towns, which discounts assessment rates, because you can then see the trend, their percentage changes aren't nearly as high as ours. So I'm just curious as to why are we doing a catch-up here? Have we been underfunding these people, or what's going on here? Okay,
So I think that the select board has been trying to catch up the town employees.
Okay.
The police force had a significant reduction because people were leaving for other positions. So
Okay.
they needed to implement something for the police. So in order for what was happening is they were coming into the town, getting hired, getting sent to the academy, spending a year here, and then leaving for higher rates.
okay,
So the current chief put in a plan that allows them to get increase in salary as they have multiple years.
yeah,
We also, he did a great job in putting people where they belong, where associated with the local towns. So
Okay.
we do have a pay matrix working group that is evaluating every position
yeah,
in the town and determining it through what the local towns are offering and trying to determine where those people are in that pay matrix and ensuring that we are giving rates that are equal to competitive so that we don't have a shortage in staff.
yeah.
The other thing to keep in mind globally is make sure when you look at what other towns are doing, you're comparing with other towns in this area. Because the labor market that we're competing in two ways. One, for many public servants, you're competing in Massachusetts.
Sure. But so are the other towns, to be fair.
In this area.
Yes.
That's it. I don't know what towns you're.
I was looking at just the connecting towns to us, bordered on us.
The other thing is, particularly during DPW, we're competing with the private sector.
Right.
For some of the skill sets.
Yeah.
That we need.
Yeah, and that's, and the private sector spends and has professionals that spend their careers figuring out proper pay matrices. It's not an easy task, because it's not just salary, right? It's benefits, it's indirect benefits, it's pension, it's retention, it's hours, it's demand, it's skill set, it's all of that. So I trust that that's part of your process, is to try to get the professional advice on that too, because again, it's not a simple task.
So right now, we are trying to do it internally. The first few quotes we got for a professional pay
Yeah.
matrix range between 75,000 and 100,000 that the town
Right.
would have to appropriate to have a full matrix
Right.
done.
But relative to your budgets, and because once you make a pay increase, it is forever. That may not be that may be actually a very reasonable price. Because if it saves you $25,000 a year, it pays for itself in 4. Right, that's not an unreasonable number, or even less potentially. Yeah.
once you go that route, you're gonna spend $30,000, $40,000 a year.
But you're going to spend money doing that anyways, because once you go down that pay metrics route, you've got to keep it up to date.
But if we can do it for selectmen and staff, we do that internally, once they've done it, once they, you know. You may be right.
Yeah, like, all I can say is I know from experience, companies spend a great deal of professional advice in this area, because it is a very tricky thing, because it's very easy also to say that it's not 100% fair. So I won't get into it now, but it is a very tricky spot to be in. It's a very tricky spot. So I guess bottom line is, our taxes are going up, and they're going up at a very fast rate. We also have a school we have to support, who also has critical needs. So are you and the school budget committee looking at this as a whole to see what the impact of the taxpayer is going to be, and what makes sense to do when, and make sure that we're not trying to push too much at one time? How does this all work?
We don't, we're two separate.
We're all going to the same people, though. I don't understand why there wouldn't be some sort of collaboration to try to understand what makes the most sense in any given year.
Two separate boards, two separate.
One town.
No.
No, the school also
district.
I
includes
understand,
Newell.
but it's one town of taxpayers we're asking to fund this. So again, it just doesn't seem logical to me. It
well,
may be the way it is, it just
It
doesn't
is-
seem
It is
logical.
the way it's written in the RSAs, that they have their budget and we have
Yeah,
our budget.
but you guys aren't allowed to talk about what makes sense for the town to say,
part of
okay,
it-
if you put yours in, I put mine in, we're gonna be looking at a huge increase.
Part of the problem is it's Newton and Kingston, so you have two different towns in the school district. Sorry. Okay. Are together, so you don't, you
Yeah,
have two different
yeah,
towns
yeah,
running the school
yeah,
system, so it's entirely different.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst part of it, in some respects, is Fremont has just opted out.
Right.
Which is about 30%
Right.
of our.
And I'm
schools.
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I know we're short on time. I don't want to discuss the school budget, because that's not fair to you guys. We're not here to discuss school budget. I just wanted to know just simply, is there any looking at how, again, because we're all going to the same groups. You're both going to the same group, the taxpayer in Kingston, to ask for money here. Is there any coordination? And what I'm hearing is no, that's just not how it's done. So that answers my question.
Yeah, but I would say none of it exists in a vacuum. I know I've already been very outspoken to both the budget committee and members and department heads that we're going to be discussing some warrant articles tonight, which that appropriate funds that I've traditionally supported, but because of the substantial increase in the town's budget, I'm not going to be advocating for those articles this year, because I think the town needs a reprieve on those individual ones.
Okay. All right. I have a lot more questions, but that's enough for now. Okay. Thank you, guys.
You told me to come up, so I did. Can I just ask on the revenue projections, on January through December 2023, is that the actual or still projection?
So we haven't actually reviewed the revenue. We're gonna.
No, it's on this piece of paper. I'm just asking, when I'm looking at it,
Okay.
is that for January to December 2023, was that last year's projection, or is that this year's actual?
That's this year's actual as of last week.
I thought it might be, but that's why I wanted to double check. And does anyone happen to have the paperwork or the town report that shows last year's projection? Because you've mentioned the revenue several times to try to explain some of the budget. So I think it would be, I know you're going to talk about it later,
It's
but
right here. It's, right.
I just want to confirm that I was reading it correctly. So that-
Budget is the projection, and then the January to December is the actual.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
The highway block grants are awarded quarterly. Last year, we went up $18,000 on hot mix to meet market conditions. We did increase our line item for road treatments to reflect our new pavement policy, where we're trying to not just replace roads, we're trying to maintain what we have in an effort to address these high asphalt costs. And one of the reasons we did not go correspondingly on hot mix as well is because we had higher block grants than were factored last year. There was a one-time block grant of approximately $42,000. Don't quote me on that number, but I couldn't find it on my phone. But we take those highway block grants, and obviously understanding the tax situation that we're in and the increase we were looking at, we did not request a higher hot mix number this year based on those awards.
There we go. I'll chin up. I'm Mary Sear. And I want to get back to, just real quickly, the salary and the overhead associated with it. I understand that you guys have been trying to play catch-up, and it's great that we're bringing folks in line with towns surrounding so that we can be competitive and retain and attract good employees. That's a struggle for a lot of businesses in this environment, as the chair said. My concern is that the town isn't really growing currently. And it seems like we're converting part-time positions to full-time positions, which requires a 35% payout to the state, retirement fund. And all of those things under the personnel administration cost center have grown exponentially. We're adding new firefighters, and if it's needed, that's all good and well. But when we're talking about from the actual, the budget for 2022, that line item was 1.227 million. And in the budget coming up, it's 1.882 million, a 39% increase. And those are things that are driven by payroll. We don't have a choice in them. They're required. So my question is, in a time of where inflation seems to be reeling in, gas, I filled up my tank for like $2.64 a gallon. It's everything for gas is pre-COVID, diesel is down, things are trending in the right direction. My questions are surrounding the HR end of things. And I sent a note to our HR/finance director last evening, and I don't expect an answer, but for the record, I just want to read some of the questions that I asked of her so that the community is trying to see what I'm trying to drive at as far as overhead is concerned. And I have no problem paying the people what they're worth. But my questions to our HR director, we're asking her to provide the following. The number of full-time equivalents and part-time employees by department for the 22, 23, and proposed 2024 budget cycles. The corresponding total salary amounts for 2022, 2023, and 2024. The number of current employment vacancies for the town, and the average number of days it takes or took to fill these authorizations in both 2022 and 2023. The number of town-owned vehicles issued to employees for personal use, and whether or how such a benefit was considered or weighed in determining equitable and competitive compensation scales. Under the new plan to abandon merit increases in favor of cost of living adjustments, or COLA, for those who aren't aware, for all. What happens if an employee is not a satisfactory employee or not performing up to standards? Are performance evaluations still delivered 1, 2, 3 times a year? How many? Will an underperforming employee, should they exist, still get a full COLA adjustment, even if he or she is on a performance improvement plan and not carrying his or her weight? And lastly, what if an employee is already at or near the top of the pay scale in this newly adopted compensation matrix, and there is no room to give a full cost of living adjustment increase, a blanket? Are there salary caps in place for all these employees? I just think our salary and payroll is out of control in a nutshell, and I would like some answers on how we're growing this part of our budget when the economy seems to be leveling off and our town isn't growing. Thank you.
All right, we're going to vote for this warrant article. And no more, any other comments? All right. So we will vote the select board.
Article. Any further discussion? Any opposed?
All right. Budget Committee, motion to recommend Article 27 as written. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? All right. 2-4. 4 against. Whew. Yeah. 2 in favor, 4 against. So the Budget Committee is recommending the default budget.
So the motion doesn't carry, so you would have, somebody would have to make a motion to not recommend.
Sorry. Okay, so are you making,
I'd make a motion to not approve with revisiting the default budget.
you can't. Yeah, no, that you can't. It's either to recommend or not recommend.
No one could hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You gotta put the microphone clear.
Sorry about that. My motion's denied, but what I had asked for was to not approve the budget, but to revisit the default, because the Budget Committee had some open questions on it, but it sounds like that's not possible. So I move to not approve the current budget. Not recommend, sorry.
All,
Point of order, Madam Chair. We have a deliberative session coming up on February 3rd. Wouldn't it be more appropriate at that time? I mean, should hopefully be more people here, and that would be, I mean.
They have to make a recommendation today, but I guess that your board already moved this to the recommendation phase last week.
We did. Unfortunately, there's some additional research and open questions. More than one person, I believe.
Procedurally, someone who voted in favor of it last week can ask to reopen the vote this week.
On the prevailing side, whoever voted on the prevailing side last week can ask for reconsideration. That's according to Robert. Right.
so you would have, yeah.
May I ask that you all speak in your microphones? Trying to listen to this at home is impossible. I can't hear half of what's said. When people are talking with the microphone, it fades in and out. But a lot of people yelling from the pit does not help. Can't hear it.
Technically, the motion would have had to have been made prior to any other action taking place, that you voted in the majority and you now wish to have it reconsidered. That actually wasn't done before any other action was taken by the committees here. So I don't know if you can do that, but at the same point, I think that if your goal is, today we really need to make either a vote, and it can be changed obviously, and we probably re-vote after the deliberative session. We generally do that after the deliberative session. So today we should have a motion and a vote on each article, and then, went up or down to recommend or not recommend, and then deal with it on the 3rd when we have the actual
So then it would
deliberative
just
session.
stay as that vote. At that, we have a 2-4 and 4 against the recommendation of the budget.
Yes, and that may change after the deliberative session. So,
Right, so we would
but
vote based on any changes made at deliberative.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Barbara.
On the Budget Committee vote to cut the budget in this article at this hearing?
It would have had to be done last week for, so we didn't, they would have need to make a motion before the vote then?
Last week you had a motion where you reviewed the budget, and you had a motion on that. But this is a new hearing, and this is a new hearing to review the warrant articles. And the budget a warrant article. So
Correct.
the Budget Committee, if they chose to, I don't think you should, it because it's been printed in the whole thing. I think that if you don't want to recommend, you don't recommend, and it's a deliberative session. If you guys want to, after you do all your warrant articles, continue your meeting to talk about a number that you should do it in a public meeting. You shouldn't all talk about it after it's closed. And if you guys think you want to come up with another number that you want to put forward at deliberative session, I think that's something you could do today.
But we would do it after the end of all the warrant articles.
I just think that would make more sense because there might be other people here who want to just talk about the articles in
Yeah.
order. And then, I mean, that's up to you. You guys could say, no, this will only take another 5 minutes and you're done. That's up to you guys.
I mean, a motion could be made at the, and could, whether it should or not, but could be made at the deliberative session to cut the budget at that time and have it go on the ballot as an amended article. So whether that will take place or not, I don't know.
All right, so based on this information, we are going to move on to the next warrant article.
This is just a comment. I think that it would be helpful in the future, and I don't want to screw up your schedule. I think it would have been important that while we were talking about the budget, you also talked about the revenue, because your revenue projections, along with the reduction in the thing, come out to like a $400,000 difference in what the tax rate's going to be, which I don't think anyone gets. So I think if you had also put the conversation of the revenue adjustments in it, it might have given people a better picture of what the total impact on your tax rate might have been.
Okay.
So
Thank you. All right. Article 28. To see if the town will vote to authorize the tax collector to allow a 1.5% deduction from property tax when payment is made prior to the due date. It is the responsibility of the taxpayer to take the deduction. Deductions not taken by the taxpayer on or before the due date will not be refunded. Discussion? Public comment. Any public comment on Article 28? Select Board?
I'll make a motion. Further discussion?
Budget Committee? Move to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Gary? All those in favor? Opposed? Recommend? 7-0. All right. Article 29. To see if the town of Kingston will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the Highway Department Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Estimated tax impact is 7 cents per 1,000. Discussion?
Could we just confirm that in the existing reserve fund, there's 191,486?
That's the trustees of the trust fund, and I don't have an up-to-date number. I have through October.
So the sheet that we were sent as a committee has 12/31, is that true?
That is from the trustees of the trust fund.
Okay, so they're then going
I
by this
haven't gotten
data.
it yet.
You got it in your email.
Last night?
Last night.
Okay.
Yep.
So $191,486.04.
It's not one of the highlighted ones, correct?
Not on the sheet I printed.
Yeah.
So The reserve funds were established for equipment. You'll hear the fire chief next explaining this. This is so as equipment wears out, we can replace them from these funds. Currently, we have 2 trucks. One is 19 years old, one is 21 years old. This is the larger trucks that we use to do the bulk of our plowing in town. We also have a piece of equipment, the trackless machine that you'll see on the side of the roads doing roadside mowing and is used up at the landfill. That is 21 years old. It is wearing out badly. It gets beat on pretty hard, and it's a single source vendor that we can use to get parts for it, which are not cheap because it is an old piece of equipment. So when we purchased the last new truck 4 years ago, the cost was $207,000 for the truck fully outfitted. The most recent number that I heard from a local town who had gotten one in March of last year, it was $230,000, and there's currently a 2.5-year wait time to get those trucks. I'd like to reiterate that this is something I take pretty seriously as far as watching our money. One of the things we were looking at purchasing was an asphalt hot box so that we didn't have to waste money on cold patch that would just get pulled up. It would keep asphalt warm. We could go out in the winter, patch holes. This was a $43,000 piece of equipment. We worked out a deal with another town who had an older one. We were able to trade them a piece of equipment we hadn't used in a decade, and it was free. So wherever we can find these cost savings, and we've also made major upgrades to our maintenance program where we're working on our equipment, keeping it running, trying to keep it on the road as possible. Eventually, when you're running a truck into a wall for weeks on end, eventually things start to break, wear out, and fail. So this allows us to keep the roads plowed and do our job. So I would request that you support us in this endeavor. Thank you.
I don't know if anyone can speak to this, but when you look at the reserve fund in November, it had $90,000 in it. So how did we make that great of an investment to increase it $100,000 from month to month?
No, what happens is it was appropriated at last March to put in 100,000. So I have to wait until we do the new tax rate in October, November, and then I transfer the money over. So that's why all these accounts that we're going to be talking about has 100,000 in December.
Okay, so it started the year at 129,000 and it's ending the year at 191.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
So I want to say, as a these programs, because it's an opportunity to put in kind of a stable amount of money every year so you don't have those huge ebbs and flows. But I was very vocal that, and I even supported it last year, member of the Board of Selectmen and as a voter and a taxpayer when we had over an 8% increase, which was substantial last year. But I did say when I first saw our default budget and what our budget was going to be, I was very vocal that a lot of these I couldn't support. And it's not because I don't believe it's the appropriate measures for the Department of Public Works and the fire department to be moving towards. I just think that taxpayers need some type of relief somewhere. So that's why I'm not going to advocate against it, but I'm just not going to advocate for it this year. But I will not vote to recommend it this year personally.
I just want to know if there a number he would.
So a number has changed at deliberative. I don't know. I don't want to speak to that until I see where everything else is at and where it's heading. I wouldn't want to say there was a number I would be comfortable with.
I have to say I feel much the same way. I'm a real firm supporter in capital reserve funds. I mean, it's part of the way that we help to keep, as tough as the budget is right now, it is the way that we help to even out expenses and to eliminate some of the peaks and valleys. It goes hand in hand with the capital improvement plan that the planning board works on with the for the benefit of the select board and the budget committee. I don't not want to support the two capital reserve articles. I would like to see them at a smaller number, though, especially for this year. If we feel that we can get away with that. I mean, if it's going to put us in a deeper hole, then no. But if based on our anticipated expenses for the coming year and looking at what's currently in the reserve funds, if we could perhaps get away with half or 3/4 of what's being requested, I'd be much more comfortable supporting that.
As a matter of order, Stacy, can people make a motion today to change the value? Sorry, I said as a matter of order, are we allowed to make a motion to change that value?
This is a select board, this is a town.
I honestly,
Then I'm going to put a motion on the table to reduce the amount requested in Article 29 to $75,000 instead of the $100,000 requested.
okay, we have a motion on the table. Motion by Glenn, seconded by Charlie. All those in favor? And I'm just going to abstain from it.
And I'm opposed.
Okay.
When we do reduce it, I'd rather have the voters in town make that decision for us. This is a normal savings procedure. We do it year after year, and I think in the long term, it's in the best interest of the town to set money aside to replace equipment. It doesn't mean that when year 22, that we automatically replace a truck. That doesn't happen. But if you don't have the means available to do so, it puts us, the town, in a difficult spot. The other piece of it is, even let's say there was a motion to cut all of it out and had zero, it would have a positive impact on the amount to be raised by taxes this year, and then you get the impact of it the following year when you put it back in. I'd rather have it, there's no change in how much we raise. If you want to cut it out, but I cannot support it because I think it's bad financing.
Well, and that's exactly the reason why I did not propose cutting it any further than I did.
It's symbolic, I get it, I get that.
It is symbolic, but it's also real because, I mean, with some of the numbers we're looking at here, I mean, it's a small way to, to try to make an improvement, and hopefully without causing too much hurt down the road. And again, it's crystal balling it. Nobody knows for sure. But anyway.
Paula, can you tell us what the tax impact is if it's 75,000?
It would be 0.05 instead of 0.07.
2 cents. So if I could, over 80% of all of the money that we spend is on people. If you want to cut, that's where you have to look. A taxpayer came forward and talked about the impact of making part-time people full-time. And it isn't merely doubling the salary. There's a lot of other dramatic expenses. It's, you can't debate what an electric bill is. You have to pay it. You can't debate what a police cruiser is going to cost when you have it, or one of these trucks. You have to pay it. The only way that you're going to begin to get on top of managing this budget is to look at personnel, which is why I've said, I'll say it for the third time. The town has to really look at saying, we're not going to do certain things that we do now. That's really what it comes down to, is to cut out functions completely. Because you can't afford to do everything. It's easy to cut out the future cost of a piece of equipment because nobody's going to complain. If you begin to talk about salary and benefits, then we have to deal with human beings. That's what's really driving this.
I would concur with what John said. I mean, the bottom line here is the issue wait another half hour for the ambulance to arrive at their home. And these are the difficult decisions that everybody's got to come to grips with, of what are we willing to give up in order to save the money that we would like to save. And it's obviously an esoteric question, but that's what it really comes down to. And I think that's what John's saying is, what are we willing to give up? Because these things like the truck that we are going to have to replace, and there's no question about that. And I would only say as a side, my son's a call firefighter in Newmarket, and apparently they haven't been doing the capital reserve, and now their trucks are in terrible shape, and they've got to raise $250,000 for a fire truck, and it's just a real hit. So there's not a good answer to it, but sorry.
I don't think anyone is talking about cutting out employees such as fire or police, but I don't know of other towns that are looking to add on a new fire chief or a new police chief or a new DPW chief to increase the budget that much.
So just as a point of information, we also have another reserve fund. It's the Building Repair Reserve Fund. In my opinion, that is at a point where if we had a catastrophic failure of a roof or a building, there's enough in there that we could get by with what is budgeted and what is in that reserve fund. I'm not going to run out tomorrow and order a new truck just because you gave me the money in this warrant article. But right now, we could not replace a new truck. We couldn't replace a truck. We could not replace a piece of equipment that we need to have for frontline service. If this were to pass, and this would put us in a position where we have enough for a truck, I would not come to you next year for more money. The purpose of the reserve fund is so we're ready for the rainy day when something does break. I'm not going to break something on purpose. I'm also a taxpayer in this town. I am affected by all these decisions, as everyone is. This is something that you prepare for the worst case scenario, regardless of the budget conditions. Bad news does not age like fine wine. It's only going to get worse the longer you put it off. Trucks are only getting more expensive, and it looks like the wait times are getting worse. So if we're not prepared when something does go wrong, that's going to be the ramification of this decision. Thank you.
We're at Budget Committee vote, correct? I want to make sure. The current warrant article has been revised by the Select Board from $100,000 to $75,000 each year. Correct. Yep. So then there would be.
So we'll be looking for a motion to recommend the amended amount of $75,000. Looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to recommend the revised to recommend the revised Article 29.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
The vote was to recommend with the 3-2 vote?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. Budget Committee, the current motion from the Select Board is to appropriate the sum of $75,000 to be added to the Highway Department Equipment Capital Fund. Is there a second? Second, Rick? All those in favor of approving the Highway Capital Equipment Fund of $75,000? Opposed? Budget Committee recommends approval to appropriate $75,000 to the Highway Department Capital Reserve Fund on a vote of 4-3. Article 31. Oops, I'm sorry, Article 30. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the Fire Apparatus Replacement Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Estimated tax impact is 7 cents per thousand. Chief, if you would like to speak.
If Adam could just rewind the tape and play the last 15 minutes. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but like Chris said, it's to prevent the ebbs and flows. My oldest truck is the town's oldest truck on the fire department side is a 1993. It's now taking about 4 years once you place the order to get that truck. So it's years ago when I first started in 2001 here in the town of Kingston, we replaced trucks every 20 years. Now that's not the case. As Phil, the director of DPW stated, we kind of take it as they come and do what we need to do, but so I appreciate your vote, and it was voted against when the year we got the building in 2021, I believe. So it does affect the CIP plan and all that stuff, you know, moving down the line. But I would take 75 over 0. So if you want to do that as well, have that. Thank you.
As with the last article, I just want to verify what's in the fund, please. Is it $676,018? Is that true?
Is that what you had on your December 31st, by the way?
Yep. I just want to, I think we all on the same page to understand what's in there.
Another spreadsheet open. Yep, it's 676,018.
Okay.
Any other discussions? No? Open to public comment.
I think it's important that the general public, the electorate, is aware of what the current fund balances are. And it's my understanding that there's restrictive language that you can use from, you know, is it the DRA, that you can't necessarily put that on the article. Is that correct? Could you put the dollar amount, the current fund balance on, and maybe what a target is, what it is you hope to get to, so that people understand where you are in the progress toward that goal? If it's not possible to put it on the article, I would highly recommend that you address it during the deliberative session, or put something on the town webpage, or let people, make them aware of what it is you're hoping to achieve, because otherwise it just seems like an endless ask. You know, it's like the tide, it comes in and out and in and out, and right now I feel like I'm in Hampton and we're being swamped.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's, because, you know, I think it's important. The DPW director talked about the cost of a replacement truck, so I imagine the cost of a fire truck is fairly significant.
Yeah. 1 million. So the planning board is tasked with drawing up the capital improvement plan every year, and that's where every department determines how much money they're going to need in the future, what the future trucks are going to cost for the fire department. That plan is on record here at the town. It should be on the, I don't think it's in the town report, but it certainly could be. But those kinds of things help spread out the costs so that you don't say, okay, the next fire truck is going to cost $1 million, and that's what they cost these days. To get a good fire truck is $1 million. We have 600 in the fund. We're going to need to buy it within, if they order it this year, they're working on it. If they order it this year, then they're going to need another 400,000. Price will probably be up by then. And if you start putting $100,000 a year, you'll have your $1 million, and you'll probably need a little more at that point in time, but you'll have it. Ambulance costs are now between $450,000 and $500,000. So when you start looking at these costs that are coming in, you're going to be short, and then all of a sudden the truck's going to arrive. And right now, because the prices are rising so much, they can't get a firm figure. No manufacturer will give them a firm figure. So when the prices rise, you're going to be suddenly hit with a $500,000 or $400,000 impact in 1 year. And that's going to increase your taxes so much that you're going to have an issue. So this is just a way of leveling things off. So when the CIP is put together, take your time, look at it. They have a budget committee member on it, but on the team that puts this thing together. But take a look, and you'll see that there is a plan for future purchases.
Just a point of order. When people come up to speak at the mic, would you please say to the audience at home who you are, and if you have an official position with the town, just let them know, because I'm not sure who that woman was.
Lynn Merrill, Chair of the Planning Board.
I just want to know whether Chris is recommending this or not.
I am not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ellen Faulkner, not that it matters for this, but I'm also the town moderator. So, but part of reducing a number is, again, as Glenn said, to get some instead of none. I think, unfortunately, it does show almost a good faith effort on the Board of Selectmen to say we need some money. And we've shown you that we're willing to reduce it a little bit because we can't afford for you to vote no on it based on people's taxes, assessment, just how people feel about money. So I just wondered how the board
recommending it, and again, I have been a huge advocate of these articles over the years,
Right.
but when we're looking at it's just the one time that I can't.
So again, sometimes it's just the way to show psychologically to the people voting, we understand that this is a tough year for you. We need you to understand we can't afford for you to vote no. So it's just, because I've always been, capital reserve funds are important, but it's also important to get the townspeople to not vote no, so.
And for that reason, if you're...
We're at that point.
We're at that point, and I'm not going to be, I don't want to treat one capital reserve fund different from another, and so I'm going to make the same motion to adjust the requested amount in Article 30 to $75,000.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further? You guys? And trust me, I don't think my position on these is going to put them in any danger. These comparison, I believe our proposed budget that was unanimously supported by both boards only passed by 12 votes, and all these other additional cost items passed by 150.
I would hope that the Board of Selectmen, depending on how this voted, at their meetings between now and the election, would talk about the importance of the capital reserve funds. Because as you say, if people aren't watching it today, they may not get it. They see it every year, and as other people have commented, oh yeah, you just want more money again. But so I would hope that you would do that. And the other thing was that, I don't know if you're going to do it this year, but last year at the election, you did post the amount of money in the trust funds, so people were able to find that information out before they voted.
And I think it's important to know, again, the deliberative session's coming, and people can, if they feel compelled, they can move to adjust it in another direction as well. If they want to go back, the other 25,000 added back in, there could be a motion made at that time to do that if people so choose to do it. So today is one day, but the deliberative session is going to be the key.
All right, so now we would need a motion from the select board to move the amended amount of $75,000.
$1,000 number in it?
Correct.
I'll make that motion.
Lori's second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 3-2.
Article 30 is recommended by the, can I finish reading my, they voted, I just want to make sure I read the vote out loud. Article 30 recommended by the select board on a 3-2 vote.
So, I'm just trying to understand the vote and the procedure, because it may affect my vote. So,
Microphone, please.
Aren't you in favor of, in other words, I know you want it to be 100,000, and I agree with you, but if it can't be 100, why wouldn't you vote for 75?
I just was trying to be consistent. I mean, if 75,000 is what goes before the voters, of course I'm gonna support it. There's not even a question about that.
All right,
The same with the highway department, so
Yeah,
forth. I'm
that's
just
why I
trying to be
asked.
consistent in my support of leaving the money as is.
And there is an opportunity at the deliberative to change a recommendation from a board if, you know, if the numbers change. So the townspeople may say, no, we want that moved back to 100, and then the board would revote their recommendation on it.
All of these will be voted on, again, by both the budget committee and the select board after deliberative before it goes on the ballot to the voters.
I think, I think right now it's unclear to the public at home particularly, that it appears that you're voting, even not for the 75, unfortunately. It doesn't come across as you would like it to be the 100, but that'll become apparent somebody will make a motion at the deliberative, and that'll become apparent then, you know.
I'm not sure how much really will be apparent.
Okay, the article number 30 is with the budget committee. All those in favor? Opposed? Recommendation of Article 30 moves forward with a 4-2 vote of the Budget Committee. Article 31, to see if the town will vote to create a one full-time land use administrator position and eliminate the part-time position of the planning board administrative assistant. The position would also absorb the work that had previously been performed on a part-time basis by other full-time employees, including select board administrator, town clerk, and the volunteer work of the previous zoning board chair. Further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $36,111 for salary and benefits for 9 months to be added to the $43,550.20 currently in the proposed operating budget. If approved, this position will become part of the operating budget in ensuing years. Tax impact, 3 cents per thousand. Discussion.
Lynn Merrill, Chair of the Planning Board. The long-time administrative position is an essential role for the Planning Board to operate at a level required to adequately fulfill the responsibilities to the town. This position is much more than a minute taker. This person is on the front line of communication and interaction with applicants, their representatives, and residents of Kingston. The town has been fortunate to have a valuable resource like Ellen Faulkner for the past 14 years who worked for the Planning Board part-time. In the spring of 2022, Ellen retired, which prompted the overdue discussion and decisions on how to best restructure to be able to support not only the Planning Board, but the Zoning Board of Adjustment. For those of you who do not know, the ZBA has never had a dedicated person to take in ZBA applications, prepare for meetings, take minutes, and make sure legal noticing requirements are met. Help with ZBA-related questions, and provide support that is needed to efficiently conduct their business. The ZBA has always relied on a board member volunteer, usually the chair of the ZBA, and a full-time staff member that already had another full-time job here at Town Hall, such as the town clerk or the Board of Selectmen's administrator. This is not the way to manage a board with such an important function and properly assist residents and business owners. Initially, the part-time land use administrator position working primarily for the Planning Board was 16 to 20 hours. Then in January of '23, the ZBA work was passed on to the land use administrator, who was already maxed out with Planning Board work. The administrator has had to work increased hours to ensure the work is completed and the boards are supported. Currently, she's working approximately 30 hours a week. The land use administrator also assists the town planner, who works 12 hours a week. Unfortunately, the increased workload, hearing preparation, minutes, research, and meeting with residents and applicants has left less essential but still important work undone. The Board of Selectmen made the decision to put forth a warrant article last year to make the part-time planning board position a full-time position to also work with the ZBA. The article did not pass. This year, we have the knowledge and track record of what it will take to support both of these boards, and it absolutely requires a full-time person. Both boards have experienced increased workload trends. In comparison to 15 surrounding towns, Kingston ranks second in volume for combined application requests. There have been 60. The only town in the area that has more applications coming before their planning and zoning boards is Epping at 70. And Epping, by the way, has a full-time planner and a full-time administrator. Honestly, the town could use a full-time position for just the planning board alone, who is also underground. Our increase in applications this year is 69%. The planning board and zoning boards respectfully request your support and ask you to please vote yes on Article 31. Thank you.
Discussion for Budget Committee and Select Board.
Go for it.
Okay. I was going to say that if the only way or the best way to mitigate impact on our taxes is to bring in commerce to the community. And if we don't facilitate the potential businesses to come into town or developers, then they're going to go somewhere else. Because if their call sits on a machine waiting for someone to answer, it's not a good thing. And we are way behind the 8 ball in terms of facilitating development of the community in a positive way. I'm not talking about pillaging and plundering our beautiful town. That's not my intent. But I do think we need to broaden the tax base.
So this is the one article that, one of the a few articles that I would be supporting with a cost, and that's because I've seen the demand from both the citizens bringing forth plans, demanding an availability of a person down there to answer those phone calls. As Ellie said, you know, I think this town has missed out on potential positive economic impacts, because if somebody's looking at a project in communities and one town answers the phone and has somebody that I can answer the questions there 5 days a week, that's probably the community they're going to move forward with, because they feel the process is going to be handled in a more precise and streamlined way. And I've seen the amount of work coming from this position out of the office, and I mean there are not enough hours available in the funding for her to conduct the functions with the volume that the planning board has been seeing, with the additional responsibilities that have been placed on this individual.
Could I ask a procedural or a bureaucratic question? This is coming to us in the form of a warrant article. You could fund this in the normal course of business as the selectman of so that's it. So if you could address that.
Sure. The select board cannot create a full-time position without the approval of the voters.
Thank you.
So, it's a tough year for the Budget Committee. Me personally, I'm struggling because of the 20% increase.
And believe me, the select board is struggling too. This has not been an easy year for any of us. And we had an assessment this year as well. Don't forget, our taxes, the values of our homes match
Don't
the
worry.
real estate, the insurance investments. So it's been a tough year all the way around.
100% agree. And in things that I would generally support, such as the Capital Reserve Fund, that is why I'm voting no. I do want to understand the full year impact of this article. So if, Paula, could you break down, what is the salary for the full-time person? Or Lynn, I don't know who's supposed to answer that question. Just the salary line.
For the 12 months?
For the 12 months.
The new salary or
The proposed. No.
Just 9 months. A full year is 62,400. Can we repeat that? 62,400.
Paula, you're not green there.
Oops, I thought I hit it. Sorry, 62,400.
Okay, and then could you tell me what would the benefit implication be?
And it can only be, what's the total exposure of benefit, because we can't predict what.
Right, but we
What
plan
benefits
for
it,
worst
but we
case.
have to plan.
Right, it's are 43,815. So if you add them together, it's 106 214.
Yep. Thank you.
So we thoroughly did our homework on this.
Well, that doesn't mean that they would be taking all those benefits. That's annually.
Paula, so you're saying that on a $62,000 salary, the benefits are $43,000?
If they took the highest health insurance, yes.
There you go.
But don't forget, if, that's the next.
That's a,
Number two, an individual, the rate of pay for part-time without benefits is not necessarily the same as it would be full-time with benefits.
But
So
I
are we
think- yeah.
hedging? Yes.
My point is this, is that answer, the cost of those benefits for full-time position, one position, not a gross number of 8 million, 9 million, 20% of a big number, that's the expense of government, right there. And that's the reluctance of moving to full-time positions. You know, that I think that's why people resist, is that, you know, it's $100,000 really is what we're talking about.
Understood, but the cost of not having people answer the phone arguably could be higher than having a part-time person. So we have to weigh what people want and the cost of what it takes to have them there.
As the wage study committee moves forward to look at town hall, and that, this would be one of the positions that fall under the town hall. I think, I was involved with that this past year, and there were so many differences in every town in the number of individuals within the town hall, the number of clerks for the town clerk, the number of clerks for the admin for the select board, for the planning board. I hope to be able to include all of those differences so you could see what a challenge it is in all the towns to get the information and provide the services that are needed. It is wicked expensive. I don't disagree at all, but we're all over the place, and unless we get more defined and have a vision of what do we want our town hall to look like, what type of services do we want to provide to our community, how much are we going to invest in developing commerce in the town to mitigate the tax impact, it's huge, and there's a lot of work ahead of us. You and I are definitely on the same page.
No, I know we are, Ellie,
understand.
but one thing I suggested in the past, and that I've done in other governmental experiences in my life, is to say to the existing employees, you have these benefits, you've earned them, they have been negotiated collectively, but new employees are not going to get Cadillac insurance plans. And if I'm wrong and the marketplace says the new employees resist that, then you can just change your mind. But there's no need to be spent, you know, there's no, that's where you want to look, is to grandfather your existing employees and be respectful to them, but say, from this day forward, we're not going to pay 100% of everything.
But we don't, well, okay.
So can we just, that's an ongoing discussion that we need to have.
So
I do want to
speak specific to this.
I want to try to keep it specific to this position.
I will say one of the things that definitely affects this, and one of the changes you've seen in the labor market, is a lot of folks are not willing to do part-time positions and the work that's involved them anymore out of the goodness of their heart. They want benefits. They want the other things that come with that, and that's one of the big changes that we've seen. The fire department struggles with on-call per diem firefighters because the pay is terrible. Volunteer firefighters are down because, they were barely paying them enough to cover the cost of the fuel for driving out to a call. But you're seeing a big change in this where there's so many opportunities. As municipalities, we can't offer those type of, remote options for folks. Like, you got to be physically there to plow the town. The fire department's got to respond. That land use administrator has to be in the building to talk to people. So that's where you're seeing a big shift of people just not willing to do part-time stuff anymore without benefits.
So I as well have been with the wage matrix, and as much as I think that this position is needed, the amount of money that we are asking for this position is is at the highest level of what we have looked at so far in the wage matrix for this position. I understand that it's needed, but my concern is that when we're looking at implementing this wage matrix and looking at the future, we're looking at a wage that we're requesting that is higher than our local communities that we're comparing to right now. And that is my biggest concern, is that I think the position is needed, but when I look at the position, it is higher than almost every single other community that we've looked at and as we're starting to go through and analyze from the information that I've been given so far. So that's my concern from looking at this perspective, is we may need this position, it may need to be full-time, but is this the appropriate full-time salary and benefits?
So we also did our homework and supplied Paula with information, and Paula gave more information.
I just got it yesterday, so I didn't have time to share it. But I just want to, on behalf of them, they asked me to share it. Newmarket, the land use administrative assistant is $63,354. None of these include benefits because that can't be posted. These are from the town's annual reports. I just got to figure out what town this is. Epping is $72,670. Hampton, there's it's $50,968, and administrative assistant is $65,727. And I think that's it. These aren't town specific, so.
So the big problem with this is trying to find, towns combine different positions in different ways. So we specifically tried to look at planning zoning, and the towns that had planning zoning. Some have planning zoning, code enforcement, some have this, some have that. There are no two towns, or very few towns, that are exactly alike. So we really did a research and looked, searching very hard to try to find towns that were comparable. We talked about the heavy workload this past year. We're looking at an equally heavy load this year. We're looking at one of the major, one of the things that came forward this year that we had to turn down because of our zoning ordinances. It was a commercial activity that we really wanted to have in town. It was going to be great for the town, great for our tax base, is now in court. They've appealed the decision, and we've got a motion to actually change our zoning that would make it effective for this kind of a company to come into town, because it would be really great for our community. We've got housing developments coming in, we've got a lot of things coming in, and it's so, and the one thing the planning board does that's so important is we just don't necessarily, we do follow the rules and regulations as we should, but we do indeed seek and request feedback from every single department in town, so that we know, is this going to affect conservation? Is this going to affect fire and police, public safety? How is this going to affect the roads? What is this going to do? How are we going to put it together? Are they going to, what is this development going to do? Certain things that the town would have to require, but they're going to do it on their own. How are we going to make sure that that's in regulation, that that's in documents? You know, for example, the new cell phone tower that's coming forward on Tuesday. We haven't had a cell phone tower application come in a long time. And I know I personally spent 3 hours going over our zoning ordinances again, just to make sure that we know what's going on. One of the concerns from the fire department is already in our zoning to be met. So those kinds of things. It's detail work, it's legal work, because very often applicants are unhappy with some of our decisions, and we're in court. And so far, because of the efforts of Ellen and Robin, Kingston prevails. So it's really important that this work be done well. It's not I hate to use this word, secretary-type position. It's way above that. The responsibilities are way above that, and so should the pay be.
I just want to note that those positions, the salaries that were talked about for the other towns, those towns have major corporations in them. We don't have that. And unless we're planning to get those, I think, as Stacy said, that it's high.
Jeff Flanders, McDougal, Kingston. I think one of the things with those.
We are not at public comment yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are there any other discussion between budget committee and select board? Sorry. Thank you.
Jeff Flanders, McDougal, Kingston. I have two things. One, with the salaries from the other towns, I'm not disputing those, but we don't know how long those people have been in those positions, what their background is. And the other thing, as far as part-time positions, if we find that this is unpalatable right now, I think maybe we could create a second part-time position. There are numerous people that work part-time in our community. Look at our public library. We only have 3 full-time positions. We have more than a half a dozen part-time positions. Look at the schools. There are numerous part-time positions in our schools. So I would disagree that people are not working part-time or choose to work part-time. Thank you.
My name's Ellen Faulkner, town moderator, which has nothing to do with this, but more importantly, I used to hold this position. I would like to apologize to the Budget Committee, the Board of Selectmen, and the town, because this job should have been full-time years ago. But I volunteered for this town for decades. I used to do stuff on my own and not get paid for it, because I knew it had to be done, but I knew I only had a certain amount of hours. That's my fault, because I shouldn't have done that, and I should have been able to tell you all ahead of time, this job can't be done with the amount of hours you're paying anyone anymore. Laws have changed. There's all types of new requirements for site plans and things. You have to make sure that's all done and complete. It's not just answering the phone. The person in the position has to be well aware of all the zoning ordinances, and you need the continuity of the person answering the phone and talking to people to be able to have someone call and say, hi, remember I talked to you last week? Oh no, that must have been somebody else, I wasn't here. People don't want to hear that. If you have commercial businesses being interested in this town, they want to feel there's a continuity of who they're talking to, and that they're going to have that continuity if they move into town. You have to do legal documents. These aren't little things. They're in books this big that that person has to be able to put together. So if people are just thinking someone who answers the phone and then pushes the business off to somebody else, that's not it. They have to prepare the meetings for 7 people. So they have all the documents that they need, that they have the continuity of that when someone comes to the hearing, they have the information they need, and the board has it to be able to make the correct decision. This is not an easy task, and you have to be on all the time and be able to give people the information and have it flow properly so that it benefits the town and it makes the town look good. You can't split that up between people. That's not what people want. If you wanted that, you could have 8 people working there, but it would all be the same of, oh, I don't know, let me find out who you talked to, I'll get back to you. That's not what businesses want to hear. They want to hear professionalism. They want to think the town's professional so that they can come to town. So when people say, oh, those people aren't here yet, well, maybe they could be. But I worked part-time, and I'd come in and there'd be 10 messages. Well, I might not get back to them for 2 days because I'm not in the office. They don't want that. They want someone to answer them that day. So I'm just saying, if the town wants to be professional, if the town wants to look like they can have other professional businesses come to town, you need to have somebody in that office who can make the town look good.
Hi, I'm Robin Carter. I actually have the part-time position now as a land use administrator. And I did not expect to get up here and talk, but since I have experienced this, I just wanted to share some of my experience with everyone. I guess to put it in perspective, I am not here for me. I am here for the town, and I'm here for this position. It is a brand-new position, and the requirements that go into serving the planning board, serving the town, serving the ZBA is unbelievable, okay? We as ZBA, I say we because I feel part of the team, you're the last resort to go to Superior Court. you have to be knowledgeable. You can't have somebody down there just scratching a bunch of notes, not knowing the zoning ordinances, not knowing the rules and regs, not knowing how to respond to attorneys and engineers and talk to people of the public. I can't tell you how many times I'm down there and people say, it is so nice to have somebody answer that phone who knows something. The preparation that goes into these minutes, I can't even really take a vacation. I'm part-time. I don't get paid for part-time for vacation. It is so hard to take a vacation because their demand in this role is a lot, okay? It's a lot. I have 3 meetings. It takes me a week to prepare. It takes me a week after to do the minutes. It takes me research so I can prepare the boards and the town planner, who now can relieve some of his time to handle some of the more important things. We do code enforcement. We're constantly making sure these site plans are met, getting in touch to make sure they're meeting the codes and the conditions that went upon them. So I guess what I'm going to say is, doing planning board part-time, sure, I can go in there and I can, just wing it and show up for meetings and this and that, which minutes are unbelievable. We have the tapes now, which are in the sessions that are recorded, that are so beneficial, but also it's a backup. So if I put anything incorrectly in these minutes, it's right there. It's right there. So you can't have somebody that does not know the subject matter. And I guess to put it in perspective is, you all volunteer. These boards volunteer. I am the only person in that office, besides Glenn, who's only there 12 hours a week, who you pay a lot of money, I guess you could pay him more and have more hours, to be able to support the town. We have 120 ordinances. Somebody needs to know how to explain them. They need to know how to interpret them. I have a planning board manual I got to go by. I have a handbook by the zoning board. It is so beneficial to be able to do this together. I'm so much more efficient. I don't have to say, wait a minute, I don't know what the ZBA did. I am right there. I am the person that pulls this all together, makes it go seamlessly, and I feel like it's been a very efficient process. I'm learning every day, and I appreciate everything that everyone's giving me. To put it in perspective is, you're a budget committee, okay? You have Paula that puts the budget together for you. She is a full-time employee here. She is very knowledgeable. I have a bachelor's degree. I have years of experience, okay? This position, yes, there's somebody who came out of high school who could do it at this much. There's somebody in my position who actually probably could manage the office down there, which I kind of do. Paula helps you do the budget. Imagine if you were dealing with somebody who put the numbers together on a spreadsheet, which you're asking this role to be salaried at, and they didn't really know anything. You cannot properly, we deal with aquifer. We deal with everything so important to this town. We do the master plan, we do the CIP. So I'm not gonna go on forever, but this is a very, very high-level job to do it properly. It's not a secretary who's taking direction from somebody. I take direction from nobody. I have to know what I'm doing, and I am exposure to the town. I bring things to the boards make these decisions, they're volunteers, and they rely on the research that I do. So I just wanted to share that it's not just somebody showing up, taking minutes and administrative.
And I just want to add to what Robin says that this article is actually an investment in the town. In terms of trying to get so on and so forth, and and my concern is that I know how hard she's overworked in that job, that I would hate to see her leave, and I think where she's at a breaking point where something needs to happen here that in a good way. So,
Mary Sear, it sounds like the boards feel, the Board of Selectmen, the Planning Board, the Budget Committee feels like this position is not only warranted but needed. I'm not going to argue that. My comments and observations echo that of Mr. Pramberg, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Anne Marie. I'm not an HR professional, but I'm married to one in real life. And I want to tell you, he's got 40 years of experience, and I was telling him about some of these things, and his head blew off. He said, it's great that they're trying to add some structure. and they're making a matrix and, working on those fundamental things that should exist. He said, but you never bring anybody in at above the 50th percentile. And how you can have some departments at 95th percentile, some members in a department may be exceeding that 100th percentile, and others at the 15th percentile. It speaks volumes to the fact that there's a problem. But when you bring in, a new authorization, or you convert one from part-time to full-time, I think if that's what these boards want to do, they need to make it abundantly clear, as Lynn Merrill did, about the nature of the work and what needs to get done and how it can benefit the town. And that, a lot of people don't have time to go to all these meetings. There's separate meetings for the school department and separate meetings for the town. There are hearings for the school, there are hearings for the town. There are all these things, and it's a participative government, and not a lot of people, especially young families, have the time to do that. There have been years where I've come to these meetings and I'm the youngest one in attendance. And I'm no kid, I'm 60. But I will say to you in parting that when, Stacy said that her concern is that this authorization is being put in at a cost that is, whatever it was, $52,000, but when it's fully loaded, it essentially, at worst case scenario, if they take the family plan, it more than doubles that expense. And to John's point, it's how you grow government, and there's no turning back, as Mr. Porter said. It's something that grows like a tumbleweed, and you just keep adding layers, and it gets bigger and bigger, and so on and so forth. So I would, one, advise you to please bring this up at the deliberative session in the event you have people in attendance, or for those watching, so that they are aware of the importance of this. And to the other towns cited, you talked about, Anne-Marie talked about Hampton and Epping, and what was the other one? Newmarket. These are all much, we've got 6,300 people here. We don't have a big commercial base. Why not throw Portsmouth in the mix, just for good measure? I don't think we can look at those as comps, as equitable and fair comps. So if you are going to support this, I recommend that you just reconsider about where you would bring such a person in, and not to belittle the work that the current part-time person does, but is there an assumption that that person is going to get the full-time authorization, or does it get posted? Can other people apply for it? How does that work?
So Kingston may not have the population of the other communities that we cited, but we have far more hearings and far more business at this point in time.
Schatz Hilton, I'm also a member of the ZBA. I just wanted to speak to, there's so much going on here that we're trying to discuss today, and I appreciate all the work that everybody's doing and the 20% increase. I just want to speak to the, we don't want to, government grows, I understand. I worked for the federal government for a long time. I understand what happens when we add positions. It would be nice, however, though, the problem is our society is very complex right now, and it's just going to grow. That's the way the world is working. And we need subject matter experts, such as this position, to be able to do this and do what Robin is doing. Robin, as a member of the ZBA, we are taking on, the people that are coming before us that are presenting the material are all experts in their fields, engineers, attorneys, land surveyors, etc. And we need to understand what is happening. So there's the complexity on that level. And then there's the average person who's just looking for a variance or something like that doesn't really understand any of the ordinances, which are super confusing if you try to read them. And when the ands and the ors and the buts are put in there into the legalese, there needs to be somebody that can answer those questions. So while if there's a concern about the dollar amount, this could be changed, right? Just as it has been done. If that's the issue. But I don't think the issue is whether we need a full-time position or not. We definitely need a full-time position to be able to support the amount of documentation that we receive for the zoning board, which is probably only half of what the planning board gets on a regular basis. It is so complex, the meetings and the data that we are gathering, if we didn't have Robin or someone doing that work, preparing it, we are getting documents all the way up to the last minute, literally the minute before we start a meeting, and then we're trying to review that and bring the best information and making decisions for the town so that we don't end up in court, which we have done as a result of decisions. So it's really complex. It's a needed position from my point of view. And if it's the dollar amount that needs to be adjusted, I would adjust the dollar amount, but I would not adjust whether we get a full-time position or not. Thanks.
I just mentioned for of Robin and Lynn, they aren't the towns that the wage matrix are comparing, because for most positions, it is not they aren't comparable towns to ours.
Can I ask a procedural question or a bureaucratic question of the selectmen? So if the voters approve a full-time job at a certain salary, then in good faith you go out and find that you really need to spend another $6,000 on it. How does that work legally? The voters approve, forget this position, but the voters approve 60,000 and you realize we've got to spend 68. Can you do that?
Not at the time, no. I think you're getting back to, let's say, the code enforcement officer when it was originally approved was at a set salary, which was 3 years before we actually hired one. So there you had a variation. From the selectman's point of view, you had 3 more years where you would have had some increases anyways. And we hired that individual based on what we could pay at that time. Now, in this situation, we cannot hire someone at a higher one if it's now. It could be less, doesn't have, but not higher.
Hi, I'm Beverly Manning, and I live on North Road. I am astounded by the cost of benefits, so I am totally out of touch. I understand we match FICA, you have probably paid vacation for full-time, you have health insurance. Can you tell me what the town's policy is on the health insurance? Is it 100%? Because I've been retired for a while, but I always paid a portion of my health insurance. How does the town handle health insurance?
Do you want to speak to that, Paula, for the, I guess, correct me, what's the percentage of the family plan that the town, is it?
The town pays 75% of the family plan.
Okay, so, but the individual plan, so if in just a single individual, no other dependents, the town pays 100% of a single individual plan for full-time employees. For the family plans, the town pays 75%.
Your matrix, are you taking that into consideration too? Because maybe it's time that the employee pay more even on the individual basis. Not the standard, not the people that are employed now, but any future hires.
Mr. Fernberg has brought up these issues numerous times and asked.
There's one thing that's, when you hear that what we pay 100% of a family plan, I can imagine, I'm sorry, thank you, a single plan, an individual plan, a lot of people go, why do they do that? Well, the reason you want to do that is that there may be people who have a spouse that has access to their own plan in the private sector or with another governmental agency, and you want to encourage that. Do you see what I mean? In other words, you don't want to encourage, you want to encourage people to take as little insurance as we can. So there's an economic incentive to pay 100% single.
So 43,000 based on a salary of 53, 63?
Don't forget the pension.
Contribution amounts from the employer.
So you mentioned that the town matches the FICA. That is by federal law.
Yes.
And by state law, we have to, for non-fire and police, I'm not talking about them because their retirement rates are different, but for regular employees, the town has to pay 13.53%.
For pension?
For pension, matches that. 7% comes out of the employee's pay. The town has to pay 13.53%. No, for regular employees. Fire and police are 40, I don't have it up, it's higher. It's 30-something %.
So 43,000 compared to a salary of 60? 62?
That's the maximum exposure if they took the family plan, which is the most expensive, because obviously a family plan costs more. So we have to list it as what the maximum exposure. We can't dictate or release what plans individuals actually take. So we have to account for what's the most expensive options they could take from anything that's offered.
Correct.
Don't forget that we were in a multi-year contract with Primex, and we don't have control over their increases to us. We do have control when a year before the contract expires to go out to bid again and revise and review what the benefit levels will be. So there is another opportunity to control some costs, but until that contract is up for renewal, and I think we've got 3 more years on it.
And who is that company?
Primex.
Well, health insurance?
Nope. So, and we are already starting to look at new plans and new companies because it did increase drastically this year. But we don't find out until, I think, November is when I get the new rates. So it's kind of
mad dash.
too late.
Oh.
So for next year, it'll be different. Hopefully a lot lower.
Yeah, and we are looking at fully loaded positions for the wage matrix. We realize that that is something we need to evaluate. Some of the benefits, no matter what town you work in New Hampshire, it's equal. It's state mandated, but we are looking at all of the fully loaded requirements, and we are looking at if their position does multiple items and how to list that in a better way so that we are paying people what they are currently doing and not just what their title is.
Just as a point of interest, and while I do think that looking at possible changes to insurance is a better financial impact for the taxpayers, but without leaving the employees hanging out to dry is a good idea, just to give everybody the reason why the town does this, because this is what the town voted. The town voted to pay 100% of single and 75% of family. It can change, but the town voted it once, and this is what it is.
I just have one more comment. I don't speak for the SAU, the school district, but I've kind of followed what they did. I volunteered for a time to be on their budget committee for 4 years. And I know that the school gets a bad rap because 68, 69% of our tax dollars go to support the schools. And that is because the state does not adequately fund education, bottom line, okay? I will say that since when I was elected in 2018, the school has done a considerably better job of controlling costs. And in their bargaining units with the teachers' unions, they have been able to offset the cost of incorporating those contracts for teachers' pay. In part, the last time we did it 3 years ago, they did it with restructuring of the school district. Those efficiencies and cost savings helped to offset those. And this year, as a district, we have another collective bargaining unit coming up for the voters to support. And you will hear, if you go to their deliberative session, that they, in part, hope to convey that they will be offsetting 2 of those 3 years with savings on the bond for the high school. So yes, they've got an exorbitant amount of our tax dollars, and we're held hostage by that. But they've done a great job in controlling costs and increased costs. Last year, the school budget was up 1.8%. This year, they're proposing another 1.8%. The town has had 8% and now 20%. So yeah, the dollar numbers are vastly, wildly different, but as a percentage of growth, I think that they're doing a very good job at looking at controlling costs and increasing revenues where they can other than tax dollars.
I would just like to respond to that during that period of time, they have had the benefit of declining enrollment to allow for that restructuring. So when you have less enrollment, you can, it's not like the budget just cut when the enrollment halved. It stayed the same and they were able to restructure. And, I'm sure my wife will be upset with me because she's on the school board. But they've had that benefit to absorb those costs in the time period you're referring to.
They're gonna have a lot less enrollment next year.
This is just a point of order, and I apologize for this, because I think you're doing a great job, considering we're only in the fourth article and it's 11 o'clock. So I really think you're doing a great job, but I think you're forgetting the count, Chuck. You have 7 board members here, and a lot of your counts are coming up with 6. And the last count that was 4-2, I counted it 5-2, and I think you're forgetting, because this is not your function, you're not the chair, that Chuck's actually a member of the committee and a member of the Board of Selectmen. So I'm sorry that I had to do this publicly, but I didn't figure out how to whisper it to you. So.
Phil Coombs, Little River Road. I would also like to cite not just the declining enrollment, but also the $170,000 a year business administrator that the school had the benefit of going through with a fine-tooth comb on their budget to find these cost savings. I'm not going to attribute that to a bunch of volunteers who are a rotating cast of characters who come through there. This article is an investment in a professional who will know the rules. And it's not just answering the phone. It's keeping the town out of lawsuits and legal trouble. And if you want to see something that's going to cost the town a lot of money, someone who's investing millions of dollars into developing a piece of property, who brings the aforementioned engineers, land surveyors, lawyers, and everything like that. The town has already had a couple of issues with this. I was part of one of them. And I can tell you that having professional representation in there is in the town's best interest. So pound wise, penny foolish. Invest the money where you're going to get the bang for buck. To think that you're going to keep tapping the same 60 people for volunteer positions and get amazing results constantly is foolish.
All right.
If I could just say one more thing. Sometimes when you talk about administrative assistant, you talk about administrator, you talk about all those kinds of things. An administrator is an executive position. An administrator is not a secretarial position, it's not an assistant position, it's an executive position. And so when you begin looking at matrices and that sort of thing, you need to look at it in that manner and not in the manner of being just someone doing secretarial work.
And we're gonna go to recommendations now. I just want to state that I agree, but I also think that having that data before today would have been very helpful. So I'm just going to state that I'm not going to recommend or not recommend the position at this time until we see all the data and align with what we've collected from the wage matrix. I think we have different towns and maybe a different job description, and I want to make sure we have that information before.
I'm going to make a motion that the selectmen recommend the article as written. Any further discussion? No.
Budget committee? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Let's see if I got these numbers right. So 3 recommended, 4 to oppose, and 2 abstain with the current information. And we'll get that. Oh, sorry, my mic wasn't on. Yeah, so the vote was 3-2-2. Does anyone mind if we take a 5-minute, 5 or 10 minute break? So we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break, and then we'll continue with Article 32.
Oh, is it on?
All right, we're going to start back up. We are with Article 32. To see if the town will vote to create a part-time building department administrative assistant position. Further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $26,869.44 for the salary of 9 months. If approved, this position will become part of the operating budget in ensuing years. Estimated tax impact is 2 cents per thousand. Discussion, Budget Committee and Select Board.
So I guess I'll bring up, this has been the administrator who does a lot of other functions as well. This kind of falls under her. Who works at the window down there is the assessing clerk, and gets pulled between all the assessing duties that have to happen, as well as all the building needs, as well as trying to coordinate with the for the different needs. So this really comes to provision for an ask for them for additional help, as well as we're the ones fielding all the complaints for there not being enough staff down there to adequately handle anything from a large-scale commercial development project. So we've been receiving numerous complaints. It's not rapid. Lack of personnel down there to handle the volume of work coming in.
So earlier I asked a question, which I got a direct answer to. Only the voters can approve a full-time job. Can the selectman or department head create a part-time job out of an existing budget or with a transfer?
No, they cannot create any permanent position, whether it's part-time or full-time. They can have a temporary part-time, meaning it's contingent on the vote or whatever like that, but it cannot be a permanent going to the voters.
And so how long can a temporary position remain temporary?
Until the vote. So I would say 1 year. Let's say it happened in April, it would be until the March, if that were the case.
So if we had funding, we could essentially hire somebody as a part-time position, but part of the agreement with them would be the position could only continue past that once it went to vote and it passed.
But that doesn't preclude the select board from hiring someone. Let's say we needed to scan the planning documents in, for example.
Exactly.
We could hire someone on a temporary basis to bring them in to do a specific task, and when it was done, it was done.
So is it fair to say that currently part-time folks don't have any type of benefits or retirement?
They do not.
Okay. So how are we defining part-time? Is that 20 hours, 25, 30? What?
32 or less.
That's correct, yep, 32 or less.
So this salary stepped out over 12 months is $35,825?
It's, I just have to move up on the screen that I have open. 33,000, let me see how many hours. Based on 32 hours, it would be 33,280.
And you are correct, we
That's-
can't allow them to work past that limitations on any single week for the hours. So they couldn't work 40 hours a couple weeks and then just take other hours off somewhere else, because the labor law requires that if they work over a certain amount of hours in any weeks, you have to offer them health benefits.
And that's annually, that number I just gave you. Yeah.
It strikes me that this kind of, in a way, goes with the prior article in that if we're going to up the ante as far as trying to be working with contractors, working with public people that are getting things to get done, you're going to need some additional staff, apparently.
And not just the people, it's the individual frustrating for a homeowner to come in and be a layperson who doesn't necessarily understand the process and not understand why delays are happening, and they may not know the right questions to ask to fulfill their own projects or get an inspection properly scheduled so they can finish putting up the sheetrock and close back up their kitchen.
And I will say we have this calculated at $20 per hour, but I had to use the high range, so we do have a range of 17 to 20 for this position, but for the warrant article, I couldn't put all these line items, so for this it's just the 20, but we would not necessarily be hiring at $20 an hour.
Any further discussion?
Tammy Beatty. A couple points. One, part-timers are not given any benefits except if you're a part-time employee of the library, just for your information. I have a part-time person in my office that's been there for 15 years, doesn't get a paid day off. Second of all, I would be in favor of this article with the stipulation that that person be there at 8 a.m. because as it is now, that window is not open till 9, and my office is constantly being asked for permits or for information when that window is not open. And again, we get phone calls weekly from people. I've left messages, I don't get a phone call back. There is absolutely a need for this position, and that's it.
I just wanted to provide some information on the fact about the part-time, full-time things. That was a warrant article that was put in by the Budget Committee, because it was a Budget Committee policy. It became a discussion between the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee whether it was valid, and the Budget Committee put it out to the voters to confirm that they wanted that to still be, that in order to have a permanent part-time or permanent full-time position, it had to go to warrant. So it was initially a Budget Committee procedure.
Lynn Merrill, private citizen. Not speaking for the planning board. Because of the job that I'm in, I actually know that most of the towns around do have building inspector hours start at 8 a.m. because the people that need to be there, the plumbers, the electricians, the builders, the contractors, all start work early in the morning, particularly 9 months of the year. And in some towns that you go in, all the inspectors are there every morning at 8 o'clock, and all the people know that they're there at 8 o'clock, and you can just walk in and see everyone that you need at that time, and then out the door you go. It's a community service, and it would be a good idea to change your hours to 8 for that particular position.
In this, we will be doing those hours. But I just want to say it can't be specifically, even if people amended it at the deliberative session, it would be legally unenforceable to demand that, just as nobody could put a warrant article telling the elected official, the town clerk, what hours she's going to be open.
If there's nothing further, Select Board?
I'll make a motion that we recommend the article as written, recommended by the Select Board. Chuck, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. 5-0.
Article 32, recommended by the Select Board, 5-0. Budget Committee? Move the article. Kim? Sorry, I was looking down. All in favor? Opposed? Article number 32, recommended by the Budget Committee, 6-1. 6-1. Yep. All right. Article number 33, to see if the town will vote to establish a fire and ambulance services revolving fund pursuant to RSA 31:95-H, the money received from fees, charges, and other income for fire services shall be followed to accumulate from year to year and shall be considered to be part of the general fund. Unassigned fund balance shall not be. Let me clarify that. The treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the select board designated by the local legislative body. No further legislative body approval required. These funds may be expended only for fire department purposes as stated in RSA 31:95-H, and no expenditure of further funds that have been not appropriated for that purpose. Discussion?
So would this mirror pretty much the police detail fund?
Louder, please.
I'm sorry, would this be similar to the current police detail fund?
Yes, so the safety service, I forget, whatever, it's something like that. But it's been the majority of details are through the police, but the fire does have details, and their monies have been going into that public service account. So now we'd be separating it out.
So was any of this prior reviewed as revenue to offset the tax rate?
No.
No?
Good morning, almost good afternoon. Fire Chief Graham Pellerin, Kingston. So I myself and my office admin Kelly are working diligently to try to bring in more money and offset the budget and be able to buy things and support our mission to keep the property and lives in Kingston safe. So with this, we annually monitor our ambulance billing rate to make sure that we're prized and approximate with other towns and communities. Excuse me. Also, I'm looking into inspections, inspectoral fees, I guess, for fire alarms, sprinkler systems, that sort of thing. We have I entered into an agreement with a EMS class that they're going to be kind of renting the fire station when they do EMT classes, and we have a state test there tomorrow, so we get monies for that as well. So this fund is just to be able to collect those fees and be able to utilize them to repair, replace anything that's directly affected by those fees.
Question? So, Chief, what happens now with monies that would be collected if they're not going into a fund like this? Where are those monies going?
So as of right now, any money brought into the town goes into the general fund, I believe. The problem with that is like when this EMT class is using our overhead projector and it breaks, then if I don't have money in the budget to buy it, then I need to replace it somehow. So just like the ambulance fund goes to the replacement of the ambulance, because the billing from non-residents that goes into that fund replaces the ambulance, which is directly affected by, the services.
Okay, so the ambulance fund would remain and would function just the way it has always
Yes.
functioned?
And I just would like to point out that one of the things that governs these revolving funds in RSA, if a town specifically votes to for something, they can't then go use these funds to buy that, even though they were, because if they were denied it during the normal budgeting process or through warrant article appropriation. So this isn't a means that they can use to bypass if the voters say no to something.
I do think the committee struggled this year in gathering information regarding these funds and what they were utilized for. We did make multiple requests, so although I support it, I do have concerns. We had several discussions around the police detail fund, the ins and outs, to try to understand it, and I personally didn't walk away with a clear understanding of how it was used. That's my concern with another one of these type of funds, is just transparency.
And the transparent part would be I can't just go out and buy something. It's not like a slush fund for the fire department. I guess transparency would be that it has to be voted on by the Board of Selectmen to expend any of those funds.
And that's the way it is with any of these revolving funds.
Correct.
Yeah.
Public comment?
Beverly Manning. The treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the select board. I understand in the past there was a surplus of funds that went to salary. I'd like to be assured that this money will not go to salaries. The select board votes it in, but they had voted previously. There was some excess money that went to salaries. So can something be put in here that designates that it cannot go to salaries?
No monies from a revolving account can be anything else. It stays account every year.
Does it need to be stated so it's clearer to the public?
Well, so it requires, it follows RSA 3195H, and 3995 is actually very explicitly stated what who can create a revolving fund, what department it can be, and how it is to be expended. This money does stay out of the general fund. It does not get transferred back to the general fund for any other purposes. It can only be used on approval of the
select board.
So if you read that, that RSA and that information, there is some very strict rules of how the money goes in there and how, and then the select board would need to approve it.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Leslie Hume. First question, who decides what fees will be charged and who is charged those fees? I think if you come to inspect my new generator that comes in, I'm a taxpayer. I've already paid for you to be available to inspect something. I don't want to be charged a fee and to have it go in this fund. The other thing is I'd like to know how much we can expect the fire department budget to go down because we will have this designated revenue to be used for budgetary purposes.
So I just want to make sure, Chief, when you said you were going to use this revolving fund, it is for things you did not, that were not in the budget, correct?
So just a couple points. So I think you had stated, but monies from this fund cannot be transferred into the general fund. So all of our employees' pays comes out of the general fund, so it can't be used for pay. So, and for generators and stuff, we don't do any inspections other than solid fuel as it currently stands right now. But like my inspector went out to Dunkin' Donuts when they renovated that and checked on the fire alarm system, and we weren't able to capture any of the revenue from that because we don't have it in place. So any inspection fees would be, I guess, brought forth by me for fire department wise, but would have to be adopted by the select board.
And posted on our website accordingly. Yeah. They would be publicly posted.
Leslie, are you?
We have people, I mean, we're taxpayers, we're not a commercial entity that's come in and put a new business in and they they pay fees to the planning board to get there, they have building inspector and they pay a fee for all that, but as residents, I have to tell you, to put in a new window, I gotta get a building permit. To have someone come in and make sure that I've set up my wood stove properly and just to check my chimney and stuff, what services are we getting out of the tax dollars that we're given if we're not an emergency? There's got to be some give and take here, and I think in talking to the community, and you know my unique experience with detail funds this summer, the regular citizen is starting to feel like we're being nicked and picked every single time we turn around, and we got to do something to stop that, and I just want the Board of Selectmen to help us stop coming into my pocket. I've paid the taxes for these positions. Why am I paying for fees to come and inspect something? They're here, they're working, schedule it, do it when it's needed to be done, but let's stop permitting everything and stop
charging us fees.
I guess at my house, why should you as a taxpayer have to account for that time that I'm taking those town employees? Why should that be?
So just quickly, I guess the fees that I was looking at installing and doing research on is more commercial, less individual and residential. So like I said, we lost out on that income. If the proposed development up at 266 Route 125, if that were to come in, we squeezed in kind of a sprinkler fee a couple years ago when we redid the fee structure. If we didn't have that, then we would potentially lose out on thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. So I'm not looking to, I'm a taxpayer as well, I live off of North Road. I'm not looking to burden the taxpayers, but if we have commercial industry here and we can tap into that and help, you know, adjust the budget accordingly, then I think we're losing out if we don't.
Thank you. Regardless of the fee schedule and who has to pay it, I think that's another discussion, not necessarily pertinent to this warrant article, that should be held with the selectmen if that's everyone's case. But it's my understanding now that any fees received from inspections help to offset the payment of those people. So if that's, you know, like any inspection, any money for building, whatever, goes in the general fund, and that's used to offset taxes. If fees now from fire are going to go into this fund, it will impact the tax rate. The implication was that it wouldn't. And I don't think that that's right, because I think that at the time that some of the people went full-time, not just the ambulance, because I see that that's not going to be touched, which I was pleased to see, but I don't have a problem with what he was talking about, someone uses the projector and that kind of stuff. But I think this needs to be a little more specific, because if it's a fee that offsets a salary cost, I don't think that should go into someone else's, you know, like sometimes with the police detail, that's not part of their job. That's a above and beyond, I'm going to work part-time kind of thing, extra to do that. This actually would be done during their work hours, and it should be offsetting our tax rate, not going into a fund for equipment. It's just my personal opinion. I have no problem with the rest of it. I think that makes sense, but I don't think something that would pay for, help to offset a payroll item should be taken out of the general fund.
So to follow up on that, there's on the revenues, there's account 3290, other licenses, permits, and fees. Is that where those types of fees go now?
The one above it, 3230.
Building permits?
That includes building, mechanical, electric, plumbing, like stoves, right? Yeah.
So to be clear, the fire chief, are you currently collecting fees, or you want to institute fees and we're going to this revolving fund?
So this I guess is kind of blown out of proportion, but it was kind of to capture those, the police chief and I spoke, we get details as well. So this was kind of to mimic the detail fund, but because I'm looking to do other things that, like, again, with the police chief, apparently if there's a operating under the influence accident and we respond, there's an avenue that the police chief can ask for restitution from the person that caused it if they get arrested. I don't know if that's true or not, but I guess we used to do it, so all those fees could come into this as well. I'm not gonna add 32 different additional inspections and put them into this one.
But to follow up on Ms. Faulkner's point, you could set those fees or ask for that reimbursement or fine now, and it will go into the general fund, right?
Correct.
So why wouldn't you do that?
But I do it currently now, but I'm also looking to add to those fees.
And also to segregate them into a revolving fund.
Right, because a lot of those fees are already going into the, we'll call it the police detail, even though it's public service, but they're getting combined. So what we're trying to do is have one for police, one for fire, so that the fire details, the fire extra things they do that do not have anything to do with regular functioning can go into this for purposes or something breaks and it's not appropriate.
I don't have heartburn so much over this particular fund. Stuck in my craw on the police detail fund, and the idea that the chief can essentially decide when he wants a detail in place. And I know, like, if you're having work done at your house, like on a pole or trees or something, he can require a detail be there. And I think, as a matter of fact, one person I speak to said that Kingston's one of the worst as far as requiring details. So the question then becomes, is there an issue where, and I don't think it can happen so much with the fire department as I think it may have happened somewhat with the police department, where they used to have this volunteer group that the chief says he doesn't trust them to do the right thing and so on as far as safety, so he requires a detail and those people can't do it. And so there's a distinction between what the fire department has been doing, and I realize they still have to be approved by the Board of Selectmen before any of those expenditures are made. But again, I think part of everybody's job should be to try to keep costs down for everybody. In other words, because if you have some work done at your house and you have to have a detail, the contractor's going to add that into your fee that you're going to have to pay for their services. So that's where I've had some difficulty with that, but I think this may be somewhat different.
I understand that in the past there's been a little issue, and I get it. It makes sense that once it goes into a particular fund, it's hard for the fire department to then come back and go, yeah, but 8,000 of that fund should be for our expenses. It's not just so you can buy a new cruiser. I get that. I have no problem with the fire department having their own fund. As I said, my real issue is that right now inspection fees go to offset my costs to help pay the fire department personnel. I have no problem with that, but I'd like that to remain, and all the extra fees be able, so if it said something about fees other than inspections, it clarifies that. But right now, any fee that the fire department brings in, except ambulance, I guess, although it doesn't really say that in here, goes into their fund. And I don't think that in particular is fair to a taxpayer. I think he should be able to replace the thing if it's broken and have some funds and separate him out from the police. But that's my issue.
So the line, the money received from fees, charges, and other income for fire services shall be allowed to accumulate year from year and shall not be considered part of it. That line you're looking to have clarified.
Yeah. I mean, if it's everyone's intent that the fees are supposed to go in there, then that's your intent. I just don't think that's a good taxpayer thing.
Any further comment? Select board.
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 33 about the Fire and Ambulance Services Revolving Fund by the Select Board. Any further discussion?
So I have a procedural question. If we wanted to clarify that line, as Ellen suggested, to specify the fees or to take it out, like when do we do that?
Is this a select board?
It's cautious because it looks like the language is pulled directly from the RSA. So I believe if we change the language that appears there, it would become an invalid and illegal article.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, how is the ambulance replacement fund funded, whereas this also talks about ambulance services? Sorry.
So I believe that the ambulance replacement fund, how it works is that in town ambulance calls, that payment is gone to the general fund, and out of town goes into the ambulance replacement fund.
Ellen and I are just going to keep revolving. So the way the ambulance billing works is town residents gets billed, that goes back into the general fund. When a non-town resident, non-resident gets billed, if they don't pay their bill, they end up getting brought to collections, only non-residents, and that goes into that fund for the replacement of the ambulance.
So Grim, I guess where I'm stuck is this says ambulance services. So, yeah, I'm just.
I hate to be a. So I would.
I want to speak to the motion on the floor. Yes, but if you have a motion on the floor, I get to speak to the motion before you vote. I can't speak to the rest of it. I can just speak to the motion. The board could add at the end of the paragraph, this does not include fire inspection fees, and that doesn't change the legal language. It just clarifies the intent.
Would that be okay with you, Chief, if we made?
If I would get the support of everybody in this room and everybody on TV, I would be okay with it.
How about if we... Ellen, if we said residential?
Commercial,
so...
I don't think commercial inspection fees should go to them. I think it should offset the taxes to pay for the person doing it. Right now, it offsets taxes. If you take it out, it doesn't offset taxes anymore, so that is an impact to the taxpayers.
Then the
I'll hear about it later. All I'm saying is that right now, inspection fees offset our taxes because it helps to pay for the person doing the inspection. If you then take that and put it in a different fund, it's no longer an automatic give and take, so to speak, of here's revenue, here's expense. So that was my only point. You guys do what you want. But I'm just saying that I'm in favor of the article. I'm not in favor of the money coming out that we have now that offsets our taxes to go into a specific fund that I don't get to vote on.
Chief, are all your inspections done by full-time?
No. We also, we only do solid fuel. We used to do propane and propane tanks, propane lines, and solid fuel. That was given to the plumbing inspector, so now we only do solid fuels and fire alarm and fire sprinklers.
So you were the one who made the motion to...
I will. The amendment to add the language that, I guess, is the board more comfortable with only residential or residential and commercial? I'm actually not a...
My preference would be to leave it to cover both. So,
No. As amended, where any... That will be my amendment.
Okay, are you making that? Are you making that motion?
The seconder would have to agree with it. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion?
Recommended by the select board with a vote of 401. Article 13. On the notes, we do not have a budget committee vote, but this does not impact revenue. Now, when amended, it would not impact revenue.
No, I don't think something is budgeted.
Yes.
So even though it's not an appropriation, I still think because there's a change in any type of policy, the budget committee needs to make a motion.
All right, I just wanted to make sure before I did that, because it wasn't on the paper. Is there a motion John, okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Recommended. Article 33, recommended by the Budget Committee with a vote of 7-0. Right. Article 34. Shall the town modify the provisions of RSA 7239-A for elderly tax exemption from the property tax in the town of Kingston, based on the assessed value for qualified taxpayers to be as follows. For a person 65 years of age up to 75 years, $130,000. For a person 75 years of age up to 80 years, $185,000. For a person 80 years of age or older, $225,000. To qualify, the person must have been a New Hampshire resident for at least 3 consecutive years, own the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned by such person's spouse, they must have been married to each other for at least 5 consecutive years. In addition, the taxpayer must have a net income of not more than $40,000, or if married, a combined net income of less than $80,000, excluding the value of the person's residence. Discussion?
Yeah, so I'll speak to this. Regarding the exemption rates for the elderly exemptions, as well as the next one will be for the to that, incomparable to all the neighboring communities, we were incredibly low in that, and obviously with the increases in taxes, those on fixed incomes it is less. Of all the towns, the average from those of what they were doing, with the exception of one where I made a motion to for the joint income, and I felt that this generation of people reaching these income double.
I just, to me, in this and the next article, that the last bit, excluding the value of the person's residence, doesn't make sense. In other words, the income can't be 40,000, no more than 40 if they're alone, single, and 80 if they're married. Period. Because then, unless you're going to exclude a value, like you're going to deduct the value of their home from their income to bring it down to the 40,000 or 80,000, but I don't think that's what you mean.
I just out loud because it almost sounded like assets versus income.
Exactly, and it is assets versus income, and it just seems like that should be stricken from both of those, but that's just my read of it. So,
anyone else have any? So I guess regarding the value of the residence, because if we're referring to income versus assets, and that's.
I think that would take care of it.
I'll make a motion to amend it such that that after the word, the text would end after the final 80,000 entry.
Second. Any further discussion?
So can I just...
Oh.
I have a discussion on the motion, though. I think part of that is because your paperwork says something like it. Rather than take that whole line out, you might just want to say, this amount does not include the person's residence. There's something about having to say something about the residence in the paperwork, I thought. So I think you need to clarify in this that I understand what you're trying to say there, but you might just want to add another sentence that says, this amount does not include the person's residence, only because I think your paperwork.
What amount doesn't include the residence?
The last line.
Income.
We're supposed to say excluding the value of the person's residence. You can say income does not include the value of the person's residence. There's something about paperwork, I don't know.
I believe,
'cause
I
didn't
believe it's
look at
on the
this.
paperwork where you have to include the value, but I don't think it's used to determine
That's what I mean, there's
whether or
something.
not
So
you qualify.
I don't know if, did anyone look to see if something about that has to be in the language or not? You can always amend it on the floor.
What I would do is I would say that we take the amendment now because it's cleaner and it seems to make sense. Need to ask for support to anything deliberative session after we look at it. We can move to do that as well.
So can I just ask like two questions? When people get this age, they often put their homes in trust to eliminate probate, etc. Does that preclude them from taking advantage of that?
It does end up affecting their ability to do the calculations because if they mess with the calculations, but yes, it can, in some cases.
Trust owns it, so I really don't see where they qualify for that.
Okay, and the second question is, how does one qualify or prove their income? In other words, if someone claims this, how in fact do they?
Yeah, they have to submit tax forms with it.
So they'd submit their federal 1040?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a motion. We're not voting on to recommend it yet, we're just amending it. All those in favor? Aye. No opposed. Okay, we're done with our preliminary discussion.
I'm just intrigued, we're saying this is modifying. What is it currently?
I think it. I'm sorry, Tammy, is the form online for tax credits?
I'm trying to look it up right now.
Me too.
That's not on my part, that goes to the assessment.
Oh. Oh. Okay,
pulling
I
it up
pulled
right
it
now.
up. So right now.
Do you want me to read it?
Go ahead.
Right now, the elderly exemption is allowed under NHRSA 72, this is the elderly one, right? Yep. 39A and B, and has been adopted by Kingston voters as follows. Applicants must have resided in the state for a minimum of 3 consecutive years preceding April 1st of the tax year for which the application is being submitted. Applicants must be the owner or owners of the real estate to which the exemption will apply. If the applicant is applying for exemption on a spouse's property, they must have been married for a minimum of 5 years. All applicants, whether single persons or married couples, must have received a net income during the preceding calendar year of not more than $30,000. Net income is determined to exclude life insurance proceeds, expenses or costs paid out in the operation of a business, and proceeds from the sale of assets. All applicants, whether single persons or married couples, must own assets exclusive of their primary residence, not exceeding $55,000.
It doesn't state the exemption amounts in that.
I guess where I'm going. People use the exemption today, and what this change means, like how are we offsetting the discount to everyone?
Unfortunately, I think that's one of those things that you're not entitled to know whether or not, we can't put a list that we can run and say, these are how many people.
I think where you're going with that, Kim, and I appreciate the comment. We don't know, I don't know how many people take advantage of the elderly exemption. I know that we've been approached by a couple of, the select board.
I found the rest of it. It's exemption shall be $65,000 off the assessed valuation of the property. For ages between 75 and 80, the exemption shall be $85,000 off the assessed valuation of the property. For ages over 80, the exemption shall be $105,000 off the assessed valuation of the property. Ages refer to the applicant's age as of April 1st in the year to which the exemption will apply. Applicants must file the permanent application for maybe download from the website, as well as a worksheet on which will be income and assets. Backup information for the worksheet will include income tax forms, bank account statements, asset listings, and any other documentation that will prove eligibility.
I just point out something she read earlier. I was looking at Rick, he caught the same thing I did. It says you exclude the proceeds of the sale of assets. So that excludes capital gain income. So basically, all you're looking at is Social Security, pension, dividends, and interest.
I do want to circle back to my question, the remainder of your response.
The remainder of my response would be, is actually that any deductions that we give, the rest of us in the community absorb that revenue reduction. In other words, if we have 10 people getting $100,000 off their assessment, that $100,000 is spread out between the rest of the residents in the community.
That was how I was understanding it.
That
So,
is correct.
and we have no idea what our exposure is.
No. And as I said, we had a couple of people come before the select board and asked us to review our exemption. And it's been a while, and in the last 50 years, I think this would be the third time we've actually reviewed them.
Right. And the numbers that we're proposing are about the midpoint. If you threw out the high and the low and took the remainder of, how many towns did we look at?
6, I think.
Half a dozen or so?
Yeah, 6 or 7.
In the immediate area, and after throwing out the high and low, took the midpoint and kind of fit it right in there, so.
And I think that when the select board discussed this at the select board meeting, I was at the select board meeting and did ask about what changes to the revenue would happen. And that's really where we're coming down to. How are we going to evaluate this and see what kind of revenue reduction that the town would have, because that revenue reduction would amount in a tax increase to the people who are not eligible for this. So it's difficult to tell, because until everyone would apply for this, we would have no idea if they're qualified or not.
So what was it under the existing program?
What was the number of people?
Well, the amount of money?
What
was the lost revenue under the existing program last year?
I don't think it's true that, so without going into, when somebody gets the exemption on their tax bill, it shows a reduction in the tax bill. I don't think there's a category on the tax bills where you could run a report and say, here are the exemptions. Okay, then you can. Perfect.
And just one more comment. I mean, the budget committee isn't listed as voting on this one, and should we be, because it is a financial impact. Okay.
That has revenue or expenditure, we will vote on. Are we good? Public comment?
So you've answered most of my questions. My first one, of course, was that whenever you give a further exemption to one party or one group of people, everybody else in the town absorbs that. That being said, we also have a responsibility to those of us who are lower income and can't afford their home to keep them in their home if we can, and if the taxes make the difference, then this is an important thing for us to do. However, as I looked at this, and I know you're talking about assets, I think it's important that assets also be considered with this, because someone could have Social Security and minimum payment, whatever it is, on your investments once you've retired. But they could have $2, $3, $4, $5 million in assets out there that they could tap to pay their taxes. So I do think it's important that assets be included with this when you begin looking at people's affordability of what they can do. So rather than what they're choosing to do, what they have the means to do.
I don't know if you have a response to that, so feel free. Oh, okay. I think the only asset that they don't count is your own personal residence. I think all the other ones are asked for in the paperwork. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, all I actually want to say is, based on the new appraisal everybody got, I don't think this has changed that much.
So I guess one thing that would be nice, so if by the deliberative session, if we have assessing run a report that shows the so we could at least put a number with that of that we could individuals, but
Are we going to try to extrapolate from that? How many are going, because the same goes true for veterans tax credit. We don't know how many we're going to get. So we can know how many currently are, and that's not going to change, but I don't know how we can possibly extrapolate how many.
and I would, with the volume of increase in assessments, this probably won't affect that calculation that much.
Mary Sear. I just want to add, I just pulled up some quick demographics, and 20.32% of the residents in Kingston are over age 65. It gives net income information, but not for that age group. So I think I was going to echo what you said, Mr. Bashaw, just about what is the frequency of the existing policy. And this is our best estimate of how it's going to impact revenues going forward. I agree with Ms. Merrill that we have an obligation to support our senior citizens. They've been here and they've been paying the line for a bunch of other folks for a long time. But I wanted to also ask one point of clarification. Does the current policy exempt trusts from participating in this, or is that only part of what's being proposed?
I think it's the RSA and the way it's. I don't know if retired Attorney Russell.
I mean, an uncomplicated extrapolation. Let me tell you, in order to come up with the money that is going to potentially impact other people, almost like in the other articles, you have so much per thousand it affects your taxes. This is not that easy to do that because of all the variables that you talk about. And then you do have what Lynn referred to, and I think we should be doing something with this, but certainly somehow you should be able to take the other assets. If they have, say, $1 million worth of, I don't know what, other assets, it might be something that's worth considering, because if they sold some of the assets, they would certainly be able to pay their taxes. And unfortunately, in New Hampshire, a lot of older people, they're land poor or land rich, whatever you want to call it, but they have a great house, but they don't have any income, and they are forced out of their homes, and that's what we're trying to avoid, them being forced out. And this is a step in the right direction, but I don't know if a lot of these questions are quite so easily answered, even by February 3rd.
I just want to add, I did not change any language of the current policy. All I did, and reviewed it with Glenn Koppelman, was just crunch the numbers. I didn't do anything with the language. So all I did was, I think it was $50,000 first deduction, and I just plugged in the new numbers. That's all I did. So the language that this should be exactly as it's been on the books. The only difference was the numbers. Right.
And so if you look at the actual RSA and the way it's determined, it defines net assets, and it defines, excluding the value of the person's actual residence in the land upon which it is located. So the RSA, we're only looking to modify the sections that we have the ability to modify. Other than that, the language would divert back to the RSA. So it looks like there is a calculation of assets that does come into play with this under the RSA. And it does have specific designations of the property shall shall be the property is owned by a resident or owned by a resident jointly or in common within the resident spouse, either whom meets the age requirement for the exemption claimed. C, owned by a resident jointly or in common which the person, not the resident spouse, if the resident meets the applicable age requirement for the town for the exemption claimed. And then D, owned by the resident and the resident spouse who meets the age requirement. So yeah, there's no carve outs for trusts in here in the state RSA.
No, but there is a net assets not to exceed dollar amount.
Correct. So I guess it looks like the town has been deficient in setting a number of assets. It looks like we actually have the ability. So it looks like it may be prudent to do that. So I'd be more than happy to work on us getting some language to maybe incorporate that at deliberative session.
So it does say net assets, net access in excess of dollar amount determined, excluding the value of the person's residence. So I think some of this language, the excluding the value of the person's residence, comes from there, but the net assets, the actual net asset piece is not in this warrant article.
Yeah, it looks like we as a town have never set a net asset number in our policy.
Well, then, that to be determined at a future time, perhaps at a deliberative session. I'll make a motion to recommend Article 34 as amended.
Second.
First and a second, any further discussion? Aye.
So the Budget Committee should
Yep.
do it.
Article 34, recommended by the Select Board with a vote of 5-0. Budget Committee. Move it forward. Is there a second? All those in favor of recommending this moving forward? Okay. Opposed? So you're abstaining?
Actually, I'm abstaining.
You're going to abstain? Okay. No, she changed it, so it's
Yeah, that's what I think.
5-0-2. And so the motion, the Article 34 passes Budget Committee with a vote of 5-0-2.
Did that pass as written or as amended?
As amended. They moved it as amended, it's theirs, so we would only vote on the amendment. Sorry. All right. Article 35. Shall the town modify the provisions of RSA 72:37-B for exemption for the disabled from property tax in the town of Kingston based on the assessed value for qualified taxpayer in the amount of $110,000 for taxpayers with the following qualifications? To qualify, the person must have been a New Hampshire resident for at least 5 consecutive years, own the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned by such person's spouse, they must have been married to each other for at least 5 consecutive years. In addition, the taxpayer must have a net income of not more than $40,000, or if married, a combined net income of less than $80,000, excluding the value of person's residence. Discussion?
Do we want to do that now?
Yeah, why don't we amend it before discussion?
Make a motion then to make this consistent with the prior article by putting a period after the final number of $80,000, so.
All right, second by Chuck. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Disability improvement document. Okay.
Do you want me to read this one?
What is it?
It's governed by state RS.
Can they document it by submitting paperwork from the doctor?
Correct. No, it's usually, they qualify usually for either state or federal disability.
Oh, okay.
Just the same question as the prior one. It's saying modify to 110. What was it prior?
$70,000 reduction in the assessed value of the residential property. And then the household income during the previous calendar year must not have exceeded $35,000 for a single person, $40,000 for a married person, and assets other than the residence must not exceed $55,000.
When we're asking people to be including that information so they're knowledgeable as to what the change is? It's just, I mean, it's a logical question to move to, or are they expected to look it up?
I think it was reduce 40 pages of ballot, so we went to the condensed warrant article wording.
It'll be.
Oh, it will be posted.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Public comment?
Mary Sear, I think I know the answer, but I just want to ask for clarification for anybody who might be watching. Currently, if someone gets an elderly exemption, are they also eligible for a disability exemption and/or a veterans exemption? Can there be any combination of those, or is it limited to a certain maximum cap?
I believe they're not contingent on each other. They can be compounded.
Okay.
So
Any further? Is this another one that we can have the information for deliberative of the amount of total
that current.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just, yep.
So I'll make a motion to recommend the amended Article 35 by the Select Board.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Article 35 is recommended by the Select Board by a vote of 5-0. Budget Committee. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Article 35 is recommended by the Budget Committee by a vote of 6-0 to 1. Article 36. Shall the town readopt the provisions of RSA 7261-64 inclusively, which provide for an optional property tax exemption from the property's assessed value for property tax purposes for the persons owning real property which is equipped with solar energy systems intended for use at the immediate site. Such property tax exemption shall be in the amount equal to 100% of the assessed value of the qualifying solar energy system equipment under these statutes. Discussion, Select Board, Budget Committee.
Well, I'll start, and I'm sure there'll be more discussion. Right now, the town offers an offset to the assessment for a solar array on a home. Right, at least in the past, the town has been assessing a solar system on a home at value of $5,000. The exemption was to offset that, so it was a $5,000, so it was a wash. So essentially, the homeowner was not paying taxes on the value of that particular improvement. What's happening in the state now is that assessments are being done more based on the size of the system. So the larger the solar system, the higher the value. And the intent of this article is to modify what we currently have, which says it's a straight $5,000 exemption, to more equal whatever the value of the system is on a given home. And it's not intended for say a solar farm, say something that's designed to produce energy to feed to the grid. It's designed for, or it's intended for, properties that are generating it for their own use, so residential users primarily. So that's my
Yeah, and I would just add that the idea is that people shouldn't be penalized because they put solar panels on the house. Oh, this. Because you're going to, when you get taxed on your new boiler because it's going to be more efficient, you're going to use less, whatever it is, propane or oil or whatever it is. The idea here is to try to make it revenue neutral, and that's what Exeter has done. I don't have them here, I have them in my office in Exeter. And basically that's what most towns are doing. They're just making it a revenue neutral situation, as long as it's for generation of what's in the building itself. If you do, like you said, if there's a solar farm, that's another matter because you're making money selling it into the grid and that kind of thing. So.
But the reason, most of the reason, well, there's a lot of reasons people do it, but by and large, there's an economic incentive to put these solar systems in, right? My understanding when I've looked at them is that they try to offset the cost of your electric bill. And when you go to sell a house, it's worth more money, right?
Say there's a life expectancy of like 25 years, so if you put it on and immediately sold it, sure, you're going to get that money back that you have in the system, no question. But as it goes on, it's probably like everything else, it's going to depreciate in value. I guess the point would be, and you can save $50 a month, say, because you have solar panels, $75 a month, but then you're taxed at that rate. You're really not saving anything by having solar panels on your house, so they're trying to incentivize it for people to do it to some degree.
So does that go for both owned, people who buy them outright, and lease, that this incentive is for?
I think it, no matter what, I think there's no increase. It's
That's a really interesting question. Because if you don't own it. Well, but if they go out and assess your house and look at the solar panel and say that therefore your house is worth X, and in fact you don't own that solar panel, you know, you've got to query as to whether it's fair to, if this weren't to be the case, whether it's fair to increase somebody's taxes for an amenity or a fixture that they don't own.
You don't own the house most of the time. The bank does. You got a deed.
So if you lease or own a solar panel, you still get the federal exemption on your tax return, no matter what.
So the RSA doesn't delineate whether or not they have to reside there. However, it does carve out a thing for trust. So you can qualify if it's in a trust.
That's because most of these trust fund people who love these solar panels all have trusts.
But Chris, I think
whereas the people who pass the laws, you know, aren't elderly poor.
you are leasing the solar panels, not leasing the house. That's the question. And I think you answered a different.
Oh. Whether you lease or you own them. The new homeowner has to agree to the terms of the lease, or you have to.
public, any public comment? No public, okay.
All right, I'll make a motion that we recommend the article as written by the... Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Article 36 is recommended by the Select Board by a vote of 5-0. Budget Committee? All those in favor? Opposed? Article 36, recommended by a vote of 6-0 to 1 by the Budget Committee. Article 37, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to rent or lease municipal property for a term up to 5 years without vote or ratification of the town pursuant to RSA 41:11-A3. Discussion, Select Board?
Yeah, so this particular need for this, the solar field project that they're looking to put on the landfill, and so an entity came up with some space over there to conduct that, but in order to in this things that are out there that they need to agreement that gives them the town's permission to go down the road and explore this. And they're not willing to only enter into a single year agreement for types of things like this because they have to invest a ton of time and money and it's a multi-year process before we could even get to a point to have the project itself would end up being this particular landfill solar project this is kind of the basis for, would go to the voters to approve it, but we need the ability to engage in a multi-year contract that isn't costing the town any money for what they need to do during the option agreement to start the exploratory stuff because they have to make a commercial investment. So essentially what we did was we engaged with an option agreement with them to get the ball rolling that only goes until we have the town vote. And we told them that if it passes the town vote, we could enter into that multi-year, which allowed them to explore it further. But if we do not have the ability to give them a multi-year for that option agreement, they're going to walk away because it's not worth their investment.
Would it be fair to say that this brings in revenue and can help offset our tax rate? Right.
Eventually, but this is an RSA that legal counsel recommended we bring before the town to see if someone would adopt it. So if anything similar came up, so say this individual company pulls out, we could engage with another company.
Right, and that's because without this authorization in place, the town is only able to do a year at a time.
Can you limit this to just this project, this parcel of land? Because if you pass this, you're opening the door to do this on anything.
Well, but that may not be a bad thing, to give the town the option to do that, because there may be other things that come along, I don't know what they might be, but other entities that might do other things in town that they may say to the town, can we lease this piece of property? Let's say the fairgrounds, for example. There may be something that they want to do for a multi-year contract, and the town right now can't do that.
But they can go to the voters.
Once a year.
Yeah, every year they'd have to do that, because they can only go once a year, so.
But we could have a special election if it was necessary.
Right, you could. Special. So it makes sense to do this. I think I feel comfortable with it. That the town has done some contracts for more than a year that probably, in hindsight, maybe weren't the best idea. But going forward, I think the idea is to have this type of thing. So if there are any other additional contracts, any other contract be for more than a year, they're authorized to do that.
believe the reason we have to enter into we want to do this with this particular company because they're going to spend anywhere between $100,000 and $200,000. They're not willing to make that kind of a commitment.
I have no problem with that. All I'm saying is to amend it, just restrict it to this project, to this piece of property. I just don't want to open the door to do anything. Like the fairgrounds that are abutting the Webster property. I want some say on that. You know?
I mean, I guess the say still, I mean, when we were discussing the proposed solar project, there's meetings on it, there's public input on it, there's a public hearing on it. There's still input. It allows some flexibility to do certain things, because it seems to be all these projects come, especially anything that's tied to a grant or this particular one is tied to getting in the queue for funds that are available for development of these projects. Because if the grid hits a certain threshold with other communities being in the queue first, we lose our opportunity to even be there. So a lot of these things come up, they end up being time sensitive. If we have the ability to wait and go to vote on a lot of things, we've said, hey, we don't want to make that decision right now, let's push it out and hold it back if we can. But you're just limiting the ability to make a time sensitive decision if needed.
Public comment?
Yeah, my public comment is I agree with Mr. Pramberg. It's too broad. If it's for a specific project, for a specific purpose, if you said it was a solar related, that you could lease property, I think it would be clearer to people, but it's too broad. We own a lot of property in Kingston, and I think that if it was the fairgrounds, the public would want to know and have a vote on what would be done out there for any extended period of time. I understand the need to make decisions, but this could be amended for a specific need right now, and then have more dialogue about what are the other assets in the town that we could include in such a program that we would authorize you to be able to make those deals with. Not all of Kingston, but maybe specific parcels and the nature of the things you want to do. I am totally in favor of that solar farm out on the dump fund, on the dump. But this is way too broad. I live in the day when the Nichols Memorial Library was shown to people to buy for the town to sell, so, no.
Could we amend it to stipulate that public hearings need to be held before we enter into it? And then this still allows us, once public hearings are held, so the public can have a say, and then we could enter into the agreement without, because we could still meet a time-sensitive requirement if we held a public agreement. I mean, a public hearing on something.
That
actually was going to,
amend this article today is the select board. Otherwise, a deliberative session, it can be amended by the public.
Does RSA 4111 say anything about having a public hearing? That's what was going to be my question, whether or not that's already a requirement. Because I agree, I think the worst case scenario is that the Board of Selectmen have a public hearing to let people they're going to enter an agreement on property. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think that would be more likely to appease people who might not want to give you broad authority, but sort of make that compromise. But for all I know, 4111 requires it anyway, so.
Do you want me to read it?
No, I'm seeing what's happening. And I think end up amending it to just the landfill. I mean, that doesn't give me heartburn. I'm just thinking of, again, while we're doing this, to give the board authority to do other things. That would be my thought, but if people are more comfortable with just limiting it to one thing, that's fine too.
It does.
It does reference a couple other statutes, though, that as long as it's not prohibitive by, as long as it doesn't hamstring the other RSAs, I would feel comfortable that at least requiring public hearing on any agreement prior to taking a vote.
He would want the public.
Yeah. So I'll move to make an amendment that we amend the article to include engaging in any contract, they're required to have a public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Yep. Any additional comment?
Can I make public comment? No, okay.
It was internal. We went internal, correct? I just want to make sure. Yeah. Is it quick?
Yeah, I just want to know how the public is going to be notified about a public hearing, because as far as I know, recently, public hearings have been part of board meetings, and they are not, there's not a notice in the paper stating there's going to be a public hearing.
Well, it's usually noticed on an agenda.
But people don't read that.
And I can't force people to participate before, but just because an individual might be important to and address invitation to it, like we do important work at every meeting, and that's why every single agenda item is posted.
It's also important that we will be losing our local, and so the opportunity to see legal notices that way will go away. All the more reason to keep tabs on the website and posted notices in town, because that's how you're going to know about these things. And you can sign up. I can't read that, Adam, but Facebook.
Thank you.
Can also sign up for the town's email notice system, and doing that will get you, and you can pick and choose what things you want to get notices on. And if you're really interested, you really should check everything off, and that way you get everything. There, on the website, there's a place to sign up for email notification. I don't know exactly where it is, but you sign up for it on the website, and you'll get anytime there.
Tammy?
Anytime there are agendas.
The thing you have downstairs, when they come in, can they use that little worksheet? No?
I would like to say two things. One, it's almost impossible for your recording secretary to take minutes when 27 people are speaking. You're welcome. The other thing I did want to say is that based on some of the things Glenn just said about the newspaper ending, I do think, and I understand that if you're having a public meeting, you might have a public hearing within it. But because of that, I think it probably would be pertinent for when you're having a public hearing to call that out. Not to make, bells and whistles so that if you've missed it, it's tough. But if the public hearing's called out from your public meeting, people are more likely to catch that. It's just a comment.
Yep. I think we need to just try to focus on the warrant article, please.
Phil Coombs, Little River Road. I just think this might be going beyond what you're going for everything, not just what you need. I think a lot of the reason our taxes are high is because of local control. People pay extra money to have a small school or localized form of government here that isn't contracted out. I think a lot of people will look at this as an overreach on the Board of Selectmen because of the reasons mentioned. People don't get the notification they need, whether it's agreed upon or not, and the level of notification. I think if the intention here is to get solar on the landfill, then it should be a request to have that authority for this specific one so that people can have that decision point at that time. The school board has entered in some very questionable leases over the years that has added to responsibilities on the town and after effects that nobody knew about. And this is one of those cases where people are going to remember that and potentially vote this down, and that'll put you at another year where we'll miss out on what the intention of this lease is. Thank you.
I do want to caution you, and I haven't looked this up, but if this is something that people think, oh, it's not a problem, if we really want to go by Mr. Kuhn's suggestion to make it be about a specific parcel, because that's really what the town's interested in at this point, I don't think you can change that on the floor, because I think that changes the intent of this article. So if it's something you guys aren't sure about what you want to do because you really want it passed, you should kick it around a little bit, take a 10-minute break, selectmen talk, because that would change the intent of this article. So I just want to throw that out there, so in case that's what anybody was thinking.
And I guess the one point I want to make is, yes, now we know specifically we want a solar project, but when it came up, we didn't know. An opportunity came, we did not foresee that was going to require these provisions. And that's why it was crafted as such.
Yeah, and after hearing the discussion here, if there's that much question about it, in this small group, there's clearly going to be a lot of question about it at the election. So if it makes the difference between this having a good chance of passing or not, I would just assume amend the article now and restrict it to the solar project at the landfill.
Just be aware that we could do that, not a problem. We can, but if the warrant article fails on March 12th, that project is dead.
And that's why I think I agree with Glenn. I'd be more willing to amend this now, because if there are concerns that they won't pass it, we don't have a backup warrant article to make that project go forward with a multi-year agreement. So I'd be comfortable if we wanted to amend it to this individual item.
Right. We would need this either as is or specific to the solar project in order to make the solar project move forward. And if it has a better chance of passing by restricting it to that project, I'd rather go with that now.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
It's a motion.
That's a motion.
I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
The amendment would read that this article specifically authorize the select board to enter into negotiations on a solar array project on dump site.
Landfill.
I'm going to suggest really that you guys take 5 minutes to get this language right, because the language you come up with now is the language that has to go. So you can to the end, if you want to move through the rest, to then make sure you get the language you want. But
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Well,
if you
Okay.
think you're
So if you want to take a Rick, how long? 10 minutes. 10-minute break for the amendment of warrant Article 37. All right, we are done the recess. Select Board, do you have an amendment?
Yes, I do. Just to let the representative to the committee as well. The article, the language would read as follows. This article is on the closed Kingston landfill. We have a second. Any further discussion?
The amendment passes with 4-0.
So now,
Vote.
okay, so now I will make a vote to the article as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
This article is only for the Select Board. So Article 37 is recommended as amended for a vote of 4-0. Article 38. Shall the town modify Town Ordinance Section 400, Article 404, Hawkers and Peddlers Ordinance, adopted
Sorry, the 37 could affect town revenues in terms of leasing opportunities or renting, so it would affect income. So I think perhaps the budget committee should vote on it.
So this is, the original one was giving the Select Board authority, and it wasn't, it had nothing to, in it, the item was under 41111, which is authority.
Right.
It had nothing to do with revenue, it's just allowing them to make decisions.
Okay.
So it wasn't under an RSA that had to do with revenue or expenses. That was just kind of how I read it. That was why I thought it was it's granting authority to the Select Board. It's not giving them a money amount or a revenue amount. I don't know how you think about.
There's no authorization for expenditures.
Right.
So it's strictly a contractual
Okay,
agreement,
yep,
initial phases.
Sounds good.
All right, no problem. Article, I'm not gonna read all that beginning. To read as follows: no hawker or peddler shall be allowed to do business in the town of Kingston without duly registering with the Kingston Police Department and paying an annual license fee to the town of Kingston in the sum of $100. In addition, no hawker or peddler shall be allowed to conduct business in the town of Kingston other than between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., Monday through Friday inclusive, unless the Select Board deems hours unreasonable. Any hawker or peddler who violates the provisions of this ordinance shall be fined a sum not to exceed $10 per day for each day of such violation. Any portion of the annual license fee may be waived in the sole discretion of the Select Board for hawkers and peddlers who are domiciled in the town of Kingston. Discussion?
I have a question. The dollar amounts stated, the $100 for the license and the $10 per day for the fine, are those set by statute, or do we have the authority to change those? They seem awfully low to me, that's why. I mean, the $10 a day penalty is not enough of an incentive for somebody to violate.
No, they could easily make that up.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, they'd sell one.
$1,000 or $500 a day.
Well, I'm just asking if it's something that we have the authority to change, or if it's set in statute.
So this isn't referencing RSA, this is referencing the town ordinance. It's not an RSA, it's
I
specific.
believe the RSA went away, and that's why this had to come back before you.
So are you, clarification is that the RSA has been obsoleted, or?
That's right, they eliminated that, didn't they?
We did.
Okay, so we're putting it in to make sure that we still have this, because the state one went away. So then, we can change those numbers?
Yes.
If we wanted to? Okay.
This is exactly the way it's written currently.
Okay.
Is
I suspect then that this is another one of those that has probably been at these numbers for a very long time, and we haven't looked at them to update them. I just think the numbers are very low, particularly on the penalty side.
So hawker and peddler are very antiquated terms.
You think?
So
Food truck would be more appropriate.
So is that are we saying door-to-door salesman? What are we saying in 2024 terms? What is a hawker and a peddler? How are we defining that?
It's a hot dog stand and we've had individuals that have wanted to sell hot dogs or a cart, on Church Street, for example. I've seen that happen a number of times. But without something here to charge fees, we have no authorization to do anything.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
No, I understand,
I
yes.
think we need
But,
to define hawker and peddler in terms of.
Well, it could be a food truck, it could be,
I'm pretty sure it's defined in common law.
So a hawker and peddler is any person selling or offering for sale any goods, wares, or merchandise whatsoever, including any food or beverage on any public street, highway, or public right-of-way from a stationary location. What was that last? I just Googled it, and it says highway or public right-of-way from a stationary location.
Okay, so
And
that's...
truly, I think this is meant more for the door-to-door person.
So you think this is more for door to door and not the hot dog guy who sets up on Church Street?
Correct.
Or the food truck.
Because they want, the intent is for them to register with the police department, so when the police department gets 25 calls that there's a car parked on a certain street, they can say, oh yeah, that's the, I don't know, the Avon lady
Right.
selling door to door.
I think we need to clarify what that means, what the intent is.
I think the issue's always been in the past that, like when everybody was trying to figure out what family was, hawker and peddler is actually defined in, I don't know if it's still in RSA, but it used to be, and it's also defined in the state health codes or something, what a hawker and peddler is. So because you have it defined, that's why you stick with those words, because otherwise you have to come up with another word, and then you have to put in a definition, and the planning board's already done their ordinances. So you couldn't change it this year. So anyway, that, even though it's antiquated, and I agree, but it's also defined by the state.
Solar arrays and everything else that they want to sell you.
So I think this is being put forth to the voters because RSA 32080 has been eliminated. And because we have this ordinance that references RSA 328:8, we need to modify it to take that out so we can keep it as an ordinance. Is that correct? Yeah, I think that's the only change that is in there, so you could modify it.
This might give a peddler moves from how, this is very old school, I'm just saying. A peddler, he carries his wares on his head or on the back of a mule. Therefore, a hot dog stand and to carry his goods, well, the peddler brings it around. So the peddler is the one that goes house to house, a hawker is the one that has a standalone.
But I think just to Stacy, this is something that we've already been enforcing. We just had to remove the reference to the state RSA so we can continue applying it as it has been applied. I agree that the penalties are too low, but since there's a dollar amount attached, that's why it's before you.
Yeah, I think $10 a day, I'd do it illegally, I'd make more money. So I'm just saying that I think that $10 is probably, I agree with Glenn, that if you're gonna change anything, that might be a little low.
All right, this discussion is still with select board.
Do you want to move it as is, or do you want to at least amend the penalty fee?
I would like to amend the penalty fee, and I'd like to make it, I'm going to propose for discussion, making the $100 a day instead of $10 a day.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment? Aye.
They gotta stop talking.
Hey,
Lori, did you vote on that?
I didn't, I'm thinking about it, because I think if I were I don't know, a Fuller Brush person going door to door, I wouldn't, if I were looking, I'm not a hawker or a peddler. I mean, can't we change it to say, if this is just for door-to-door salesmen, or is it not?
But it's not. It's also for street vendors and such.
It is also, because before the planning board, people have asked for revisions to food truck ordinances, and this town has decided that became very restrictive, because we didn't want people to be able to just come in unless it's in like the event like Kingston Days.
Yeah.
We didn't want them to just be able to come in and compete with little to no overhead with established restaurants who were paying a ton in taxes and infrastructure.
Okay. Okay.
So, vote on the amendment for you, Lori? In favor? Okay. Amendment passes.
Article 38 is recommended by the select board by a vote. Oh, sorry. Recommended as amended. Recommended as amended by the select board with a vote 4-0 to have the.
So now we make a motion. Do you want to make a motion? I'll make a motion that we recommend as amended. All those in favor?
Sorry, now Article 38 is recommended as amended by the select board with a vote of 4-0. This is moving on. Article 39. Shall the town modify the town ordinance section 500, article 501, solid waste management planning committee to adopted on 3/12/86 as follows. Article 501, solid waste and recycling committee. The formation of the solid waste and recycling committee to fulfill the requirements and responsibilities set forth in RSA 149-M:2 and RSA 149-M:17 was approved on November 8th, 2021. 501-1, said committee's responsibilities to select committee officials. B, create a guideline to meet the requirements of RSA 149-M:2 and RSA 149-M:17, specifically, and RSA 149-M in general. Prepare and submit a budget to implement guideline articles. The Solid Waste and Recycling Committee is tasked with long-term planning and improvement of the town's waste streams through education, enhanced recycling, waste diversion, and improved community services. The committee works for both economic and environmentally sustainable solutions to the town's disposal needs. E, the Solid Waste and Recycling Committee acts as an advisory committee to the Kingston Select Board. 501.2, said committee's membership shall consist of 7 members who must be residents of the town of Kingston. Members are to be selected by the following procedure. 5 members are to be appointed by the Kingston Select Board. 1 member shall be the Kingston Director of Public Works. 1 member shall be the representative of the Kingston Select Board. 501.3, said committee's system of voting shall be as follows. Each member shall have 1 equal vote. A quorum of at least 4 voting members must be present to vote on any item. An item shall be considered passed, adopted, or approved if greater than 50% of the present voting members approved the item. Further, shall the town eliminated ordinances, section 500, article 502, solid waste implementation district, adopted 31589, Article 503. Regional Disposable Planning Committee adopted 31187. Article 504, Regional Refuge Recycling Planning Committee adopted 3988 as obsolete. Do you want to?
So that laundry list that Stacy just read at the end is all of the non-applicable, no longer pertinent things that encompass what was read prior to that. Previously, the membership of this board was set by region. Someone had to live on the north end of town, south end of town, middle of town, just all these kind of redundant things. We're lucky we can get anybody to show up, so we're lucky for that. We'll take whoever we can get from whatever end of town they're from. Again, and this clarifies the economic and environmentally sustainable solutions, the economic being first for a reason. So we're trying to find our way out of the $278,000 we're going to spend on recycling for last year. Trying to find solutions to that. It does take a committee to do that, and this is a means and methods of updating these rules and focusing on that goal.
So this was put forth earlier this year from the recycling committee. A lot of the, as Bill said, are being obsoleted, but a lot of them had to do with the operation of the landfill. And so we need the upkeep of the landfill, but we no longer need all of the volunteers and how it's gone about. So this is the current recommendation.
All right, I will move that we recommend. Favor? Aye. 4-0.
Article 39, recommended by the Select Board for a vote of 4-0. All right. Article 40. On the petition of 43 registered voters, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $29,000 to allow the Kingston Department of Public Works to install a 50-foot by 100-foot asphalt multi-purpose recreational area for Kingston residents. The area will be used for ice skating in the winter and pickleball, rollerblading, skating, as well as other possible sports for Kingston residents the remainder of the year. The multi-purpose recreational area would be located in the Richard St. Hilaire Park, parallel to Wadley Point Road. The project is supported by the Kingston Recreation Commission and the Kingston Department of Public Works. Estimated tax impact, 2 cents per thousand.
So we were approached by, there is a pretty hardcore group of pickleballers over at the rec center, and they wanted greater space for that. The compromise that I reached with the rec center was that we wanted to make it a multi-use area should 5 years from now pickleball not exist like it did 5 years ago. This allows us to still have a use for that area. One of them, if we ever have winter again, we could have ice skating there. I encourage Paul to put this into a petition warrant article because there was not the money in my budget to support it, but we are constantly striving to provide value to the town by performing as much work as we can in-house with our resources. So an example of that is the panels we're looking at. That was a $27,000 warrant article that we were able to complete this for $5,000. The playground, we did an installation over at Stepping Stones Playground. For that to have been done by a contractor was about $24,000, and our cost was about $2,000. So we would be doing the prep work of the ground, utilizing our machines to prep that area, do the grading work, pave it, and then this would also encompass the pickleball apparatus and the line striping for that area. But this was a new park when the fire station was voted down for that area. It's just been an open field. We have quite a few open fields in the town of Kingston, so this is just what people, as they've used that space, want to see there. And as such, 43 people have supported it, and we look forward to your support.
Discussion, select board and budget committee.
I'm intrigued if the town raises and appropriates the funds, does the town have any liability or need insurance if someone were ice skating there and broke their leg or something along those lines? So we do that. I didn't know that. So we have to carry insurance for every park that we have?
Well, for every public space that we have in town. I mean, someone gets hurt in town hall, we have liability insurance for that.
So do we know what adding this does to our insurance rate?
Probably not much of anything, because it would be inclusive. It's a comprehensive policy.
Okay.
So anticipating that question, I had Paul contact Primex, and it's called an ice skating area for a reason and not some other winter activity that you can do on ice. But there is already pickleball taking place in the building, so it's just they're doing it at a different location on that same parcel. And we have already checked because the ice skating would be a new activity. Their only stipulation was they didn't want like boards that one could, that someone could be checked into. So they have weighed in on it. They did not see any red flags in this as it was currently proposed.
Hi, Evie Nathan. This question would just make me, as a taxpayer, make me wonder for this amount of money if there are recreational grants that could be gone for, and I'm not sure that I would be ready to vote for it without knowing that there were or hadn't been applied for.
So I won't speak for Paul, but I will. Paul is very diligent about researching grants. One of the things we found with these playground grants and things like that is there are a lot of strings attached to it that end up pretty much doubling the cost and negating the grant in the first place. We found that with the playground, the things that they wanted to see to meet the grant requirements added so much to the project that it just wasn't worth carrying through with it. Some of them being that land has to be separated out with a survey and designated as a park space, can't be used for anything else moving forward. There's just a lot of rules tied to it, but Paul did do a lot of research on this, and I would imagine that if there were a grant, he would have gladly incorporated into this.
So I guess I'll be the one that'll eventually encourage. We're a rough crowd. I will say that as a individual taxpayer and voter, I will support this, but on a year where I'm not recommending funds be put aside for a fire truck or a plow truck, I couldn't possibly recommend this as a select board member.
Yeah, the two observations I make is I've said a few times throughout this whole cycle this year that in order to say, we have to start saying no to stuff. We have to start prioritizing stuff. And we have to start somewhere, is the first observation. The second, I know, my other experience is that Kingston's a small town. There's not a huge tradition of foundations and charitable money, but if some kids came in and had raised $1,500 towards this project, if there had been some private charitable money or those users that have a particular athletic interest in this had raised even a modest sum charitably, and we're looking for the town to make up the difference, even if it was 80–90% of the difference, I'd be hard pressed to say no to that. Having been faced with those kinds of choices in another time and place in the past, but I think in light of the whole context of everything that's gone on over the last few months, I'd be inclined to agree with the chairman of the Board of Selectmen.
I'm Beverly Manning again. Who would be the one or group that would decide the hours of this park? I do understand that there are a lot of upset neighbors over the noise from pickleball. I'm really serious. I've read that in several places, that it's a ping that just travels for miles. And someone would need to be the one responsible for setting the hours there, because you're going to have neighbors across the street and you're going to have neighbors surrounding that are going to be bothered by the noise.
Assuming that would fall under the recreation director.
Just as a person in the room, I thought I would speak to say that no offense, but if we're cutting $25,000 out of highway and fire, I don't think we can legitimately support this. I'm not saying that maybe another year, but based on assessments going up and everything else in the world, I just don't think this is the year for this.
It doesn't.
Any further comment?
I didn't look in details at the Sanborn campus plan, maybe you know. Does the Swayze gym still stand when their plan goes forward? Because there is a home for the pickleballers now, and that's where it is. So if maybe they could get by for a year with what they have.
Well, there's pickleball happening at multiple locations. It's happening at the rec center, and it's also happening at Swayze. So there are 2 locations.
Okay, I just don't want to take it away from them.
No, and this would just be, it would be providing additional space. But the answer to your question, yes, under the seminary property redevelopment, the current design shows the Swayze gym remaining. Yes.
Any further comments? Select board?
I don't know if there's I don't know which direction it's going.
And I'm going to be consistent. I voted for the other capital reserve funds, so I will support this too. I also believe the voters have a right to say what they want to have done or not done. So I do move that. I apologize. I can hear you. No, never mind. I'm not going to say that.
You're going to hold it real close, like this.
I understand how to use the microphone, believe me. Anyways, my motion is to recommend Article 40.
Is there a second?
And if
For
there
the purposes of getting a vote, I'll second it.
All those in favor of recommending Article 40. Does not carry. So I'll be the bad guy, and we need some type of motion. So I will vote.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Article 40 is not recommended by the select board by a vote of 3 to 1. Budget committee?
Make a motion not to recommend.
Second.
All those in favor of not recommending Article 40? Select board rep? You're voting to not recommend 40? Okay. So Article 40 is not recommended by the Budget Committee by a vote of 7 to 0. Article 41. On a petition by Don, Jean, and 42 others, we are submitting this request to see if the town will approve the following actions. Whereas the town of Kingston is comprised of 22 square miles of land with approximately 25% under the conservation control. How safe are we? With their summer spent under clouds of smoke from out-of-control Canadian wildfires, not to mention devastation in Hawaii, we need to develop land management protocols to protect the conservation efforts. We will have strived to increase the amount of land in conservation. There are no plans on the file for land management. Yes, we have developed nature and hiking trails, but we ignored the standing dead timber and dead underbrush that accumulates on unmanaged land. I propose the following to remedy the situation. 1, a 5-year moratorium on purchasing additional land and asking for additional funds until a plan is developed to manage unsafe fire conditions. A, year 1, develop and propose a plan to eradicate unsafe conditions by working with the appropriate town departments for controlled burns or removal of flammable materials to a safer site for burning. B, year 2 to 5, implement and monitor the plan for compliance to agree upon criteria, form an oversight committee to ensure compliance with the report to the town on a semi-annual basis. C, year 6, review to ensure guidelines have been met and continue the plan with adjustments. If plan has not been met, a new 5-year moratorium is automatically reinstated with new leadership. D, recommendation for an unbiased group of Kingston residents, not part of any organization that conducts or has interest in these groups, to ensure compliance and issue report to the town on progress. E, since the Conservation Commission has an excess of $400,000 under their management, all funds associated with this plan shall be borne by them and not the town residents through amendments, articles, or requests for special funding. Private donations can be accepted, but all must be used for the completion of the plan and not be delineated for more land purchases. F, a regular audit and report is to be filed annually with the town that will include budget balance at inception, outlays, future proposed plan, total amount to F, land under conservation, and a final set goal for future land acquisition. This plan should consult other towns as to their position and plans as it would be beneficial to the region. H, the plan does not and will not include any private property or individuals to be part of these plans. 2, until the Conservation Commission has in place a plan to manage land under their control, the safety of the town of Kingston and all its residents, I put forth this article. 3, no additional land shall be purchased and no additional funds shall be granted by the town. Warrant articles, special request of private donations to purchase land. No plan, no land. Discussion. Select board? Oh, I don't, is that?
Probably best to open up to get.
Okay, petitioner, okay, sorry, I didn't.
I'm Don Jean, the sponsor of this petition, and I just wanted to convey some of the comments and concerns I had when I was pursuing this. First of all, many people in the town were very surprised there was no plan in place for this. Yes, ma'am. A lot of people were very surprised that there was no plan in place to address this, and they were also very concerned with the recent developments over the past summer of all the fires that we were able to witness from 1,000 miles away, that it would put the lives and property of the residents of Kingston in jeopardy. So that's why I put forth this petition article. So be more than happy to answer any other concerns, but I think it's something that needs to be addressed because it is a major safety concern for both property and life, as been proven elsewhere in the country.
Discussion, select board? Okay.
I was just going to ask if he could clarify item F, where you struggled when you were reading it.
Yeah.
I'm assuming fall, but I wanted.
I'm sorry, what part was that?
Item F.
It might be just a typo. Amount of land?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry,
So
probably a
it
little
should be
typo
amount
there.
of land, not to.
Yes.
And when
Wasn't
you-
meant to be confusing.
When you reference the 400,000 in the Conservation Commission, is that under the land purchase fund?
That's under all their funds in their control. So all their total funds that they have between different accounts amounted to approximately that amount. I don't have the exact figure.
I mean, I don't know if it's a matter of order, but according to the capital reserves, land purchase has 510,000 in it. So I don't know that it matters, but should it be accurate?
Well, again, I'm doing the best I could for the information I got.
So could I ask the selectmen, this general topic of concern, the management of these town lands, would be with the Conservation Commission and you jointly? Would that be a fair?
So, the Commission is granted certain authority under a state RSA, and while I agree there should be a land management program in place, the way this article is written, I think it infringes upon those other statutorily obligated bodies. You can't, well, some of the things in here I think are legally unenforceable because you cannot take away authority that's granted by state statute to another board or commission. Such as the things as placing a moratorium. I don't think you can prohibit them from bringing forward potential land purchase items. You can't, talking about replacing with new leadership if things haven't been met. I understand the spirit of why he filed this article. I just think would be legally unenforceable.
So my guess is that you're probably right. So I guess my question to the petition, have you been to the Conservation Commission or the Selectmen? Because the concerns that you're referencing here make sense to me. I share them. Have you been to talk with them and what's
No,
that?
I have not. I have talked to some departments in the city, in the town, and they confirmed that there was no plan in place. So at that point, I thought it was more important that we put a plan in place because this has been a commission that's been in place for many years, and there's been no plan in place. So I thought that was the best place to start, was to bring it to issue. And I confirmed across many departments that there is no land management issue in place.
I'm going to speak to this in public session.
Thanks.
When public session arises, but it's open because I don't want to speak from the budget committee, but I can really let you know what I think. And I think the fire chief may speak to it's a matter of access and a few minor adjustments that the groups are going to do anyway, irrespective, to make sure that we're good. But there'll be other people.
Any further budget or select board comments or open for public comment?
So there are forestry management plans that are in place for all of these properties that we own. These are written by a certified forester from the state of New Hampshire who lays out harvesting methods. She has a whole stack of them there. So I think it's out of context to see a dead tree and think that it's an unmanaged parcel. There is a plan in place for all of these parcels, and there are schedules as to when they should be harvested and how they should be harvested. The most inaccessible areas of these plots of land are the wetlands areas, which I don't think are at high risk of catching fire. 85% of our town, or 82% of our town, is in the Aquifer Protection District. I don't see a huge fire risk in those areas. What I think this would do is, having been involved with 2 potential acquisitions of land through the focus group and as with my time on the select board, this would greatly hinder our ability to react to properties becoming available. The focus movement has been supported when an ambulance and police cruisers and things like that were voted down. Focus was still receiving support from the townspeople. They value setting aside land, and at this point, land that comes available is going to be few and far between. There are very few parcels of any size left in this town that are undeveloped. And what my main concern on this is the amount of time that this would tie up the money that the people have repeatedly voted to support and use. We're already going to have to go to the voters for approval of any parcel. I think people are willing to wait a year if they want to see this land conserved, if they're selling a piece of property. They're not going to wait 5 years. We have one that's currently in process, I guess I would call it. We had one that didn't come through because we couldn't reach a number that we both agreed on. But in both situations, it was the biggest part of the negotiation was the time frame. People do not, if they're looking to unload a piece of property, they're not going to wait forever.
I guess I appreciate the opportunity to share. I'm going to. I just wanted to put my show and tell here.
My son will yell at me if I don't get that.
Okay, this is my show and tell. We have complete management plans on every town forest in town. We report to the select board every year. The conservation easement monitors come every year to look at this. About every 2 years, the tree forest people come and inspect our forests. We have an active trails committee that takes every fallen tree down off trails and any what we call widow makers and dangerous trees out. As far, let me look at my notes because it was fun putting them together and it was hard work, so I'm going to read from them. Okay. So, the first mistaken premise on this warrant article is that 25% of Kingston is under conservation control. Actually, only 3.47% of Kingston is under conservation management, and I wouldn't call it control. We don't have authority. We are managing these forests, and that is our mandate to manage and protect Kingston's natural resources. So we're down already from 25% to 3.47% exactly of Kingston's 13,000 acres. And let's see. And Mr. Jean didn't mention anything about privately owned forests, which are the majority of forests in town, for which there is no management and no fire management. I did get fire statistics from our county forester. Let me pull those up. Let's see. And I also wanted to mention that although we do not have a quote-unquote fire plan for these forests, which would be up to the fire department, there are town access roads to all of these forests, either regular roads or Class 6 roads, and throughout all of our town forests, there are old skidder trails, woods roads, and hiking trails. We have also managed to get in through all of our hiking trails with the UTVs that we got from other departments in town that we have on loan. Get back to fire. I just wanted to mention too that Canada has something like 860 million acres of forests. Mr. Jordan, our town forester, says, New Hampshire typically has a very short fire window in early spring before greenup. The dead and downed wood in our forests typically decays quickly. This material becomes so moist and decayed that it will never burn. Even when we try to light prescribed fires for forest management purposes, we often have difficulty getting them to catch. Some refer to much of New Hampshire as asbestos forest, as it so rarely burns. And then statistics show that the majority of wildfires in New Hampshire are caused by the burning of yard debris. Do you burn your leaves, Mr. Jean? Do you have a permit from the fire department? That's a good thing. Okay. And on to the Land Acquisition Capital Fund, to which Mr. Jean refers. It is not under Conservation Commission control. We have a $10,000 working budget, most of which is used for trails and for professional advice and work. The Land Acquisition Capital Fund is a separate fund. And we don't have access to it. That has to come before town town meeting and vote in order to be used. And as Phil said, the citizens have consistently voted to place money into that fund, and they did not vote to place money into a fund with a moratorium dependent on other factors. So I ask the Select Board to consider the basic legalities of the warrant. Let me see, finally. Is an unbiased oversight committee possible? Everyone in town would have an opinion on this subject. Mr. Jean states that the only requirement for his committee would be that no one with an interest in conservation can join, and so that would be biased. Any oversight group would have to represent all points of view, and furthermore, there's no requirement for firefighters and forests, so there would be no professional expertise on the panel. Beyond that, who would choose this panel? Conservation commissioners are appointed by and report to the Select Board. They, the Board of Selectmen, are our oversight committee, and they are elected by the residents. A panel such as the one described in the warrant would undermine their authority. Finally, as a person deeply involved in the protection of this town's natural resources and conservation chair since 2011, I'd like to speak to the issue of forest health. I always hear that Kingstonians want to maintain the rural character of Kingston, and I think that if given a poll, most would list public lands and woods to hunt in, hiking trails for recreation as one of our major attributes. It is with a purpose that we do not manage our forests as parks, clear of underbrush and without places for wildlife to thrive. The old adage is a messy forest is a healthy forest, and I have a handout here to that effect if anyone's interested. Fallen logs and branches decay into rich loam. It's important that our trail systems limit the human footprint so that the natural functions of a healthy forest can support the ecological conditions that support life, all life. Our forests are also a precious carbon sink, absorbing toxic fumes of our highways and growing industries and towns, and even absorbing the haze of Canadian wildfires and generating oxygen for us to breathe. We need our forests, and we need the health benefits they bestow in their natural state. Thanks for listening.
First of all, I have no doubt that you did manage the land well, because that was not the intention of this article that I put forth. My intention was to address a lot of the underbrush and a lot of the stuff that exists out there that doesn't affect the trees that you're talking about. And again, that's the concern. It has nothing to do with how you manage the trails, the trees, or anything else. It's what is out there, whether it be an arsonist, a lightning strike, or whatever. If we have a season like we had last summer, not this past summer, but the year before, it doesn't take much to light up. And that's why I brought this forth, because I think that has been overlooked and has not been made part of the plans. Fire roads and everything all make sense, but I think we need to look a little bit deeper to see what's actually in all this conservation land, not just around the trails, but all around it, because it won't take long for it to spread or become a problem. So I have no problem.
Graham Halloran, Fire Chief. Sorry. Regarding this article, anything to do with the underbrush or standing timber or fire-related issues, that kind of exceeds my expertise. My job is when there's a brush fire to put the wet stuff on the hot stuff and it goes out. So, the looking ahead and planning for what could happen, yes, I've been trained in that, but I have emails out to like the state forester, the Division of Forests and Lands through the state to see if they would help with a plan like that. So I'm kind of neutral here, but just wanted to give my 2 cents. Thank you.
Hi, Shaw Tilton again, and I am a member of the Conservation Commission. I would like to agree that it's fine to address fire issues, and I think that those could be addressed. In the 5 years that I've been on the commission, we've never had anyone bring up an issue of fire concerns, and it would be appropriate for anybody in the community to bring that to any of our publicly held meetings each month, and we'd be happy to discuss that, and maybe it's appropriate to include those more in the management plans, but each town forest is managed. Those are the plans. Those are by experts, not by the Conservation Commission. We are just lay people trying to do our best job for the town. So again, maybe it's appropriate, but I'm not sure it needs to be in a warrant article. I think it would be addressed between the commission, but also the Board of Selectmen.
I don't think half of this is legal. I don't think that you can put in a warrant article that people vote on this year, that 5 years from now may be extended to 10 years without anybody having actually voted any time during that time. I question the issue about removing leadership, because no offense, that's kind of you guys. So does that mean the selectmen get kicked out because they don't like who? I'm just saying
they can remove some of us every year if they want.
Well, this will be every 5, I guess. I just think that there's a lot of this that seems like the petitioner had an issue that he's sincerely concerned with. And I think that perhaps it might have been more prudent to actually meet with the Conservation Commission and possibly even in conjunction with the selectmen to address some of the concerns, to see if there were answers for some of them, and then if not, to see if this was just something that the concerns, oh, thank you for bringing this to our attention, this is valid, and let people work on it. I think because it's got some significant issues in this, that it's just, I don't think it's going to be enforceable, and I think it's going to wind up back with the commission and the Board of Selectmen anyway.
Rick Russman, Budget Committee member. Probably over 20 years ago, we started a group, Friends of Kingston Open Space. When they refer to focus, that's what it is. Over those 20 years, we've had in excess of 30 votes, and the town has voted every year to support open space. One year we did have, as Phil referred to, they voted down the capital reserve fund for the police, the fire, and the highway department, but they actually voted to appropriate money into the capital reserve fund. The past few years, we haven't asked for any money because we got $400,000 or more in the capital reserve fund. We have brought of federal dollars and state dollars over $3 million worth of land purchases in Kingston. So we really squeeze the buffalo on every nickel to make sure we get as much room as we can for the taxpayers. The fellow that actually writes the management plans for the town forest, which incidentally are maybe a little under 1,000 acres, and some of those, believe it or not, the fairgrounds considered in that. the landfill, not a lot of trees there, are considered in that as well. So, and Ron Klamazik, actually, I believe was a former fire, one of the smoke jumpers, and he actually goes out west to fight forest fires, and he's older now, so he doesn't do the smoke jumping anymore, but he assists with those. And even in my forest, and I've got 150 acres that I've managed for 50 years, and as a matter of fact, just had a harvest. They took out 85,000 board feet in the past couple of months on my property. I have to have a forest management plan by a licensed forester. None of these plans, and the federal government holds the easement on my property, they don't require fire management plans because of the fact we don't have issues with fires here. I'm sensitive to what the petitioner is talking about, and we've already met with the chief, and I think I can assure the folks that with the between the Trails Committee and incidentally the Southeast Land Trust that holds a number of parcels, they already have provided maps to the fire department of their trail systems. They have got keys at the kiosks where they're gates so that they can get in there with fire equipment. And I think we can assure the folks that the Trails Committee will do that for the town forest as well, because obviously what they need is access, is what it is. And there are some places we've actually got some boulders that we may replace with gates, and I'm on the Trails Committee as well, so to provide better access for the fire department in the eventuality there was a burn. So I think, and there's some of us that have, I mean, I've had probably at least 6 harvests over the past 50 years, so I have some expertise, and there are some other folks in town that have some expertise on forest management and those kind of things. And you do need a mixed forest. You need some dead trees, standings, become snags for wildlife and those kind of things, nesting cavities, and you need some large woody debris on the ground for small critters and that kind of stuff. So you really need a mix. And the fire department, they haven't had any kind of a burn here in Kingston that's amounted to really anything at all since I've been here. And that's been probably too long, but at least some folks would say that. Anyway, so I think I would urge the select board to not recommend this, and given the fact that we can certainly assure folks that we're going to work with the fire department to make sure that there's access, which they need, and there's probably only I don't think anybody's within less than a quarter of a mile of water in this town. We have so much water here. And in terms of trying to shut that fund off for a number of years, the largest working farm in town here, and he probably wouldn't be here as a selectman, and he probably wouldn't be here as a director of the Public Works Department, was we spent $180,000 to put an easement on his farm back several years ago, and the Farm and Ranch grant program, federal government put a match to that, and that was purchased, and that made it available so that Phil could actually buy that parcel of land, and so we have the largest working farm in Kingston. And I think had we had some kind of a moratorium where we couldn't use that money, and when we set that up, when Focus set that up years ago, we didn't do a bond where the select board and the conservation could spend the money. We wanted to come back to the people and let them make the decision, because we think they will do the right thing, and they have every time. So we would just urge you to vote no on this thing.
Any further discussion, select board?
I do. I sympathize with the petitioner's interests, and if the article had perhaps been very focused and limited on the real meat of it, I'd be supportive, but I think that it's way too far-reaching, likely unenforceable in many respects, and would hamstring the town going forward. And so I'm making a motion to not recommend this article.
Lori, second. Any further discussion? Abstention. One abstention.
Article number 41 is not recommended by the Board of Selectmen by 301. Article 42, on a petition of 25 registered voters of the town of Kingston to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $2,500 to match the $2,500 which the Friends of the Kingston Historical Museum Association Incorporated have raised for transcriptionist services and to purchase the necessary materials for the proper cataloging and preservation of the audio and video recordings of the oral history interviews and related materials. The Kingston Historical Museum has some 440+ interviews to be transcribed. Estimated tax impact is $0 per 1,000. Petitioner?
I'm Leslie Human. I'm the president of the Friends of the Kingston Historical Museum. This year we had a very active fundraiser activities. We had 3 big fundraisers actually, and we raised this $25,000. We did not include the services of the transcriptionist in our annual budget. We focused our budget money and requests on our archivist, which we have several large projects going on. So our fundraising efforts were specifically for the transcriptionist, and with the support and comments of others, we put it in a warrant article. We have lost our transcriptionist, and we'll probably double the cost for transcription services. So anyways, we decided to raise money. This is what we want to target it at, and we would greatly appreciate your support.
Discussion. Select Board and Budget Committee.
I'm the liaison to the museum committee. Not that that necessarily makes a difference, but the work that they do there is significant. This particular task is a worthy one, I believe. Going to the point of Mr. Bramberg. Okay. The issue of skin in the game, if you will, and contribution to a request. Here's a request offering up 50% from raised funds, and given that and the fact that it's a fairly small ask for what I feel is a significant return, I think it's a worthy article, and I'd be willing to support it. And I don't know if you want to have more discussion before a motion.
I would just say I fall in like same thing. If I'm not going to support for a fire truck or a plow truck, this is one of the, I would have rather have seen this just in the budget if they felt it was necessary at that time. So I'm not necessarily against it, but I just can't advocate for it while these other issues are going on for cost.
Discussion with Budget Committee. Public comment.
Jeff Landis McDougall, I'm the vice chair of the Historical Museum Committee, also a member of the Friends, but we chose specifically not to put it in our budget because we were told to keep our budgets the same or lower. But we had fundraised for this, and we felt that we could come to the voters and ask them if they would support us 50-50. As Leslie said, there are more than 40 interviews waiting to be transcribed. Marissa used to be our transcriptionist, but she no longer can do that because she's working full-time. We've tried to find other transcriptionists. It's going to cost us double what we used to pay Marissa. So we felt that this was a way to do this, that we would put forward $2,500 and hopefully the taxpayers would match it. Thank you.
I just have a question for those who feel that they can't support a $2,500 warrant because they're not supporting a warrant for a new fire truck. I'm not saying, so does that mean that you can't support anything less than the cost of a fire truck?
No, and matter of fact, I've actually supported other items this evening, but
Any further comment? Select board?
Like I said, I'm not against it.
I will make a motion then to recommend Article 42.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 2. Abstentions?
The motion does not pass.
It passes because we didn't vote no. We
So I thought it
we
had to be
abstained.
over 50%.
It's 50% yes. If it was split yays and nays, it wouldn't pass. But since we abstained, it passes.
The abstentions actually go with the majority vote.
Correct.
All right, find something new. All right, so the Article 42 is recommended by the Select Board by a vote of 202. Budget Committee. All those that approve? You're gonna, okay. Okay, oppose? Abstention. Recommended by the Budget Committee. Article 42 is recommended by the Budget Committee by a vote of 5-1-1. Article 43. On the petition of 26 registered voters of the town of Kingston, shall the town vote to restrict budget line items for salary, wages, overtime, COLA, FICA, insurances, and retirement, and all other benefits to be used as assigned, not transferable to any non-salary benefit line items. Additionally, any remaining balances for wages and benefits will be returned to the town at the end of each year. Petitioner?
I'd like to amend it, the last sentence to say, additionally, any remaining balances for wages and benefits be returned to the town to be applied to the tax rate at the end of the year, each year.
You can't amend an article without, I think you'd have to have every.
You could amend it, deliberative.
Deliberative,
Okay.
you could amend it.
Thank you. You want me to speak to the article?
Yes, please.
Okay. Currently, the library is the only department that returns any salary, overtime, COLA, insurances that are not used. And departments are encouraged to put in their budgets for full-time benefits in case an employee that's full-time leaves. However, I don't believe all of this money is being returned at the end of the year and our tax rate is going down. I think the library is the only department that does this. I've been at meetings when department heads are using salary and other monies for line items that are not for salary items. And I'm not sure why other departments are allowed to do this, and yet the library continually returns these funds to the town.
Are we at public yet, or do you want?
We're gonna comment.
So, few issues with this is that I believe it's completely legally unenforceable because you're essentially say, and people may understand basically that it is a final budget. If the any which way they wanted, but the goal is that you do it through the trust and security. Now, I will say we had a situation this year in particular, we had a big shortfall in a budget issue with, you can see that naturally occurred with somebody departing as the code enforcement officer. This board had a public discussion about this. Full-time, we're gonna that we thought it would be more appropriate to So I don't think you can't take away the by state statute. With the form of government we have adopted, we are still a subdivision of the state, and we are run under those different RSAs.
Any other?
So it's accurate what you say about the library returning money. That, they're not required to do that. It's something they do. Because of, the library's independent. It's raised, once its money is raised, it can spend it however they want. They've decided in recent years to return the money to the town to engender trust and cooperation between the town and the library. They don't have to do that by law. In fact, there are elements within the library that don't think they should do that. I encourage them to do it because it's engendered cooperation and trust between all the departments in town government and the library.
Correct. And I guess this board's goal, and I know when the previous members were here, our goal is to get away from the mentality of we wanted department heads to get away from that mentality of don't do that. Oh, we have to spend it because it's in there, or else they're going to take it away from us next year. We've said if you don't need it, don't spend it and return. This year was calls that occurred, and we found every possible avenue of where to find that money to pay these other obligations that we had. If we had the shortfall in solid waste and recycling, would people have preferred that we just stop paying waste management? They stop picking up our trash, then we get sued for breach of contract anyway. The reason the select board are granted the ability to affairs of the town by state statute is there are difficult decisions that need to be made, and we make difficult decisions every week. There's no single important meeting that we do. They're all important because every week we're spending townspeople's money and we're making decisions that affect those things. So, it's obviously it has the proper number of things. It'll go on the ballot. Now, another option that we could do it as a recommendation to remember, we don't actually have a line item budgeting by law. We have a final budget.
Public comment?
I was on the Library Board of Trustees when we adopted this policy some 10, 11, 12 years ago. We really didn't do it to engender the thing. We wanted our library director to manage the operating budget outside of personnel so that we knew so that we were properly budgeting for what it costs to run the library in each of those line items. And that was the effort to say, this money's off the table. You have to work within this operating budget. We didn't consider the employee lines to be the operating budget. So if it did that, that was great, but it was our way of getting a handle on understanding where the money was being spent and the decisions behind every acquisition that was made by the library director. Maybe it's the wrong words, but I would certainly encourage the selectmen to adopt a similar policy, whereas it's the last domain that has gotten to, because I think Paul has explained she has to budget to the max in each of these benefit areas in particular to ensure that she can cover any possible selection that someone makes. I don't want you to manage to that max number. I want you to manage the operating lines, not to the personnel lines.
I know that Mr. Pramberg sort of covered this a little bit. The main issue that causes this is, and I'm going to say it's the Budget Committee, but I don't mean that derogatorily, because the Budget Committee is aware that of all the departments in town, this one gets to keep whatever is left over. So while it makes perfect sense if you're hiring someone to do the max of what the insurance is, the Budget Committee's discussion was often, we don't want you to do it to the max because you could keep an extra, whatever the number is, if you hire a single person, and now you get to use that for something else because that's what the law says you can do. So this became such a discussion that the library trustees, of which I was one. Not at the time, but on the newer ones, because there was a policy, but you don't have to keep that policy. The law is the library gets to keep their money. But then the discussion was that the budget committee wasn't going to fund them to what they might need. So then it just became sort of a gentleman's agreement, if you excuse the phrase, that you fund us what we may need out of those lines. And if we don't use them, while we can keep everything else, we'll give this back to you just so you can fund us appropriately. The library doesn't have to give it back, but the reality is that the next time they ask for a little more, the budget committee may not be inclined to go along with that. So it's one of those give and take kind of things. It's not a policy per se. It's not set in stone. It's just sort of an agreement that everybody goes along with. They don't have to.
Any further discussion? Select Board?
I'm going to make a motion to not recommend as written. Any further discussion?
Article 43 is not recommended by the Select Board by a vote of 4-0. Budget Committee?
Move it not be recommended.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor of not recommending all Article 43? Article 43 is not recommended by the Budget Committee on a vote of 7-0. Article 44. On petition of 30 registered voters of the town of Kingston to direct the town select board to include a list of employees who work for the town in the annual report starting in 2024 and continue until voted out by the voters. The list should be alphabetical by last name, followed by first name. The list should show the following: name, position held, salary for the year reported, total cost of the employee to the town, step level, years employed by the town. Total cost shall include the following: all benefits, including retirement costs, life, dental, and health insurance premiums paid by the town. Petitioner?
I'm only putting this forward because this is the same exact wording as the petition that the school has done for, I believe, 12 years. So in our school district report, we get every year list salaries. I think the town should do likewise. Thank you.
So I would like to say that the town was already, we were actually already prepared. We got a 91A request requesting some of this information, so we were actually already planning on posting all the town's employees and salaries. This, unfortunately, as written, it's problematic because it's requiring some information by spelling out the individual costs for life, dental, and health insurance, violates privacy laws, specifically those type of benefits. Not public under 91A, so they are protected under that. So that's why we've come up with a number that represents the total exposure should they choose all the most have elected for health insurance, and that would be a privacy violation. Again, I'm going to go back to RSA. There is an RSA that's specifically required to them, and I don't think you. I mean, I know it's an extreme measure, but what if a photo of every registered dog in town to be put in the town report and voted on it? So there's a specific RSA that governs.
I had several people that signed the warrant article that said they formerly lived in other towns like Pelham, Wyndham, and that it was in their town reports, in the towns they lived in prior to living in Kingston.
I mean, there's numerous.
did not say that. And again, I took the wording exactly from the wording that was in the school districts. So,
Yeah. And schools are run differently than the town.
right, I understand that. I just took the wording from that.
I can go downstairs and grab a report from the school. It lists the name and the salary. It doesn't say anything about their health benefits.
Yeah, and like I said, you can force the board to. I guess you're not interested?
Is there any further public comment or any comments?
Mary's here. I'm not clear, you said you've had 91A requests to provide this information to the specific requestor. Is it your intent to publish it in the town report?
We don't. We'll put it in the town report because a lot of communities do that.
Thank you. And for the petitioner, I know that a conservative estimate, when you're looking at fully loaded benefits, is to consider 1.5 times the salary. And for budgeting purposes, it's clear that we go on the heavier side of that to err on the side of caution. So just know that 1.5 times the salary is pretty much your overhead or carrying costs in a best case scenario.
Just a final comment. I mean, regardless of what happens with this article here or at the ballot, I fully support the transparency of putting town employee salaries in the town report. I think it's reasonable. I think it's the right thing to do. So.
Just rereading this, I don't think the intent was to call out by employee what their retirement cost was, or their life, or their dental. This says their total cost of the employee to the town. So it could have been their salary and then the lump sum. Not to say that we still can, because it's still kind of, you can still derive that data from that, but I don't think the intent was to call out each individual line item per employee for the total cost to the town. I think it was a lump sum.
But I think with being the most expensive.
Any further discussion? Select Board?
I will make a motion. Article 4. Any further discussion? Aye. Opposed?
Article 44 is not recommended by the Select Board by a vote of 4-0. That concludes our warrant articles. The next part of this meeting is to review the revenue. Did you want to put it up? Okay.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Does that mean there'll be no further discussion on warrant articles? No ability to bring up, reconsider a warrant article?
So all the warrant articles have been voted on. Any changes or information to update a warrant article would have to, as long as it's the same intent of the warrant article, would have to be made at deliberative session.
Yeah. So with you running this meeting, if you affirm to them that you're not going to go back and reopen any warrant articles, I think that covers it.
We are not going to go back.
Thank you very much.
And I. Hours north.
Have fun.
Yes.
Whew. I want like something else, a lot stronger. Are we? Okay. All right, are we good? We are going to review the estimated revenues for the budget of 2024. All right, the first, we're going to review income. So we have land use change taxes, 8,400. I'm just going to read them, and then if anyone has a question, please bring it up so we can go through it. Yield taxes, timber, 2,700. Excavation and gravel tax, 2,500. Other taxes, nothing. Interest and penalties, 42,000. Business license and permits, 100.
So if we budgeted 42 last year and we're under that by about 5,000 or 6,000, why would we budget it the higher amount?
We honestly never know what it's going to be.
Right. So why don't we budget it like 36 or 37 since we know what it was last year?
Well, the year before it was 50,000. Year before that,
I recollect that this number was under the 50, that's why it went down to 42.
it was actually 2022, it was 43,000. 2020, it was 52,000. 20,000. No, we just don't know if somebody is going to pay late, or that's what this is. Yep.
The change is the, right here. It's actually, no, that is actually 20, it's actually the comparison of 22 to 23.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stacy, as a matter of order, I thought you were going to read through and then we were all going to go back, because I had questions I didn't interject with yet.
Oh, no, if, we're not gonna go back, you need to note so that I can go back.
Oh, you
just
want
like we did
justify?
last week, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Just like we did last week, just so we can get through this as quickly as possible. Or, okay, business licenses and permits, 105. Motor vehicle permits, 1,450,000. Building permits, 95,000. Other licenses, permits, and fees, 60,000. Other grants reimbursable, 288,000. Shared revenue block grant, 0. Meals and rooms tax distribution, 553,546. Highway block grant, 260,000. State and federal forest land reimbursable, $26. Other state grants and reimbursements, 8,500. Other governments, 20,000. Departmental revenues, 200,000. Sale of town property, 0. Interest on investments, 20,000. Rent of town property, 0. Insurance, dividends, and reimbursement, 0. Contributions and donations, 0. Other miscellaneous sources, 90,000. Transfer from special revenue fund, 0. Transfer from capital reserve, 0. Transferred from trust and agency, 5,000. Proceeds from the notes and bonds, 0. For a total revenue of $3,105,777.
And I just fixed the formula for the change.
Okay. Okay. All right, any other questions? Budget committee, select board, any comments, concerns?
So I have a comment on, so just a comment on any line on this, is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, so for 3503 rent of town property, that's, so this goes back to that warrant article, right? Where, so if we, the projected for that would be at least the option year payments, right? Are we putting projected in there or guaranteed? Because if that passes, we're getting income from that. But would it not?
But you're not gonna get
Okay,
income
well, that
until-
was my question. Is it guaranteed that we know now, or are we putting in projected that could possibly have revenue?
Not ones that are on warrant articles.
Not ones that are on warrant.
But wouldn't that solar field, wouldn't they not have payment for the first 4 years? of
No, the
option?
option, there is a payment during the option period. It's $1,000 a year.
$1,000 a year.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
minimal cost, but it's still revenue,
But it
so.
would be, it's in the warrant article now, so that would, that
Isn't
would
the
be.
direct answer to her question that if it's predicated on a vote, it's not going to take place for 2 months, you can't count on that revenue.
Okay, that's my question, right, okay.
I don't need to look at the statute, they're not going to let you do that.
Any other discussions on the revenue?
I have another question. So for the land use changes, why was it so high in December? I mean, in last year, in 2023, and then it's dropping down significantly again? Or am I reading something wrong here?
That is another item that can't be thought of ahead of time or counted on. It's
Okay.
based on when something happens with the landowner.
So is it like?
It's 10%, 10. Check.
If something's in current use and it comes out of current use, there's a fee charged.
Got it.
But we have no idea of knowing.
Right, 10%. is what it is.
Okay, so we're just going by, okay, got it.
So just a comment on the other federal grants and reimbursement, line 3319. The 288,000, that's the grant that the town received for, we've received the grant, but it's a reimbursement-based grant for the installation of the point of entry treatment systems for the PFAS treatment in the homes. So all I want to point out is that because it's under reimbursement, it's might not all be recognized in 2024. So some of it might spill over into 2025, that's all.
Public comment?
I apologize for a couple minutes there, I may have dozed off, I'm not sure. But under, so you may have already covered this, but under meals and room tax distribution and highway block grant, there's a note that says estimated the actual will be determined in December. Is that still the correct number? Just a little note to the right that says right now the real number won't be determined until December. I'm just trying to check if that's still the same number.
I think those actuals are of December 31st, correct, Paul?
Yep. That is, the actual is what we got.
Okay, that's all I want to check, thanks.
Any further comment? All right. Is there a motion? We take a motion, correct? To recommend the current revenue. Okay. Is there a?
I'm sorry, were there two real members did you go back and get your questions answered?
Are you gonna ask the question?
Identified 2 lines at least that they wanted to go back.
I actually didn't know that we were going to wait till the end, so mine was answered.
Okay.
Within the meeting.
They did it while we were doing it. Okay. Motion for recommendation? Okay. All in favor? estimated revenue proposal has been recommended by the Select Board Budget Committee. 300. Yep. Move it forward. Second. All in favor? Opposed? Recommendation by the Budget Committee to recommend the estimated income by a vote of 7-0. Okay, we have one more thing to vote on, and then the Budget Committee can do a regular budget meeting if there's any discussions. We have minutes from the January 6th public hearing with both the Select Board and the Budget Committee. The Select Board, do you normally approve those since you have votes in them? Sure. Okay. Motion to approve. Okay. All in favor? We're good. Minutes from the January 6th Budget Committee. Is there a motion to approve minutes?
So moved.
All in favor of the approval of the minutes from the previous meeting? 7-0. Minutes approval for 7-0. There is our next meeting is the deliberative session that will be held on February 3rd at 9 a.m. Yeah, and now I will go to a regular Budget Committee meeting if there's any other items that the Budget Committee would like to discuss.
I just wanted to mention. Sorry. I just wanted to throw this out there as something I feel the Budget Committee should explore. I'm not saying I recommend it, but I do think we should look a little bit more into it. We've talked a lot about how we're not comfortable with, you know, where we landed in the budget, and that 20% has sort of given us that shock and awe. But I did find RSA 32.5B that works as a tax spending cap, and you can cap the municipal budget as well as the school budget. So you can say they cannot go more than 4% each year or whatnot. You know, I do think it's worth looking into as a committee, just so that we understand it and do due diligence to make sure if we really weren't comfortable, should we be looking at this? I have it printed. I'm happy to hand it out for those that want to read it.
I think that it's something that we should look into as a town. I think it makes sense for us to evaluate all options for us to see, because it's kind of phrased a little differently. So it's a tax cap, and so the tax number would be capped on an increase. So it kind of, and we do know that we also have the school portion of it. So I think we should look into it and evaluate it as part of the Budget Committee's moving forward, and evaluate it and see if we can recommend something. Obviously, it'd have to go in front of the voters to put in some type of tax cap and what it would be. I think it will take a little bit of time to figure out how to do it, especially with town and school budget, and what that would look like and how much of an impact we could have if we set one on there.
And I just wanted to make note, I did research whether it could be done in SB2, and it can. Yeah. So there are other towns that have adopted. There are things to consider, like the drop in the bond rate, and you know, there are implications to doing this, but again, I think we need to do our due diligence on it.
No, I think that I think it should go on the agenda for the Budget Committee for the year 2024. As soon as we get through that and take a look at that, along with some other items that we've had serious discussions about this year, and evaluate that and potentially put something forth to the Select Board and to the people of the town to see what they think of it.
Just a comment. I think that anything we can do at this point to look at mechanisms like this or opportunities like this is a good thing, because the trajectory that we're on is not sustainable. And so whatever we can do to look at, if there are improvements we can make in the process, and I think it's worth a look, for sure.
I would add to that, and I think that's a great idea, and thank you for researching that. But if that's something that we feel we should move forward with, hand in hand goes, what are we willing to cut? And ask, like, legit, right? What are we going to prioritize in the town as essential services? And then that has to be part of the discussion with the town, where if we cap it, okay, what that really means is we have $1 million less dollars or $2 million less dollars. So do we prioritize, what do we prioritize? So they have a full understanding. And and it can't just be within, these two committees, right? It really has to be public hearing after public hearing to really discuss
Right. And we would
what is going to be
definitely-
cut, because that's the reality of it, right? And you're right, we cannot continue to go like this.
It's something we can put together and start to talk about and have a public hearing and say, if we cut this, this is how much money this, but it's so, which is interesting because it's on the tax number. So the increase on the tax, it becomes, like, if you looked at then the assessment, so it's the tax rate that's capped and not necessarily, so when assessments change and things like that all take into play, so when you're evaluating this, it's a project that I think that as the budget committee should take under advisement and work on this and start to have discussions about how to implement it and what would it impact and how would we go about implementing it. Talk to other towns maybe that have done this and to see what has happened and if they've had any difficulty, but I think it's something that we need to evaluate.
Because it's unintended consequences, and that's what and there are known and there are unknowns, and so we really have to talk about what those consequences would be.
Yeah.
The other towns I've seen that have adopted it have had to put a lot more to warrant into the voters, because you can go over the cap, but it's by vote. So you don't restrict it, but then we're forced to make those tough decisions. We can't keep saying yes to everything. We can choose what we're going to do each year. And something like this will give the selectmen guardrails that it doesn't put it all on you, because it's stated, in what was adopted by the voters, that you have to work within these guardrails. So, again, I'm not saying I'm for it yet. I'm just saying I really think we should research it.
So having gone through this in Massachusetts 42 years ago when I was elected, Proposition 2.5 passed. That is, in effect, what this is. And you talk about unintended consequences. One of the unintended positive consequences was the last thing that you said, which is it took the elected officials off the hook, and they just basically said to department heads, to unions, there is no money there. Here it is. Here's the arithmetic. We have $400,000 more this year, and asphalt, fuel, salt have gone up, and we need to buy a new fire truck. Therefore, it becomes easier, because ultimately this is a human business of dealing with people who come in and want raises and they talk to you about their cost of living. It becomes a lot easier to say no. And that's ultimately what the job is about, is saying no.
We could talk about this for another hour.
Yeah.
No, but it's not so much taking the heat off of us, it's making sure, it's fine for us to just put it off and say, okay, you guys voted for it, but then having the person downstairs tell somebody no, or not having the person downstairs, right? Because that's what we're talking about, like the unintended consequences mean you're not gonna get this service. You're not gonna get it. And so we can sit here and say, we're going to transfer the responsibility and the blame and the onus onto somebody else. You're transferring it back onto the public. But the bigger problem with that is making sure that we continue to look for ways to inform the public and get engagement higher. And then they can make better informed decisions. Instead of just seeing a number and going, that's really high, I'm going to say yes or no, and not understanding how we got there and why we got there. Like, the participation today was fabulous, but it should have been like that through all of the budget committee to understand line by line why we are where we are. Yep. Instead of just saying, oh, it's 20% higher. Sure it is, but why is it 20% higher?
Yeah.
First off, I just wanted to come up, and then I got annoyed. Part of setting a tax rate is also understanding your revenue. So you might need to have a little more discussion about that, because otherwise you could artificially inflate it, in which case all the numbers are screwy. The second thing is, if you don't want to budget at 20%, say no. You're the budget committee.
I did.
You don't have to wait for somebody else to tell you that you can say no. That's your job. That's why you're elected. It's the Board of Selectmen's job to tell you everything they need. It's up to you to represent the taxpayers to say, we have to say no to some of this stuff. We'll work with you to try to do that, but no offense, I just don't want to hear that you're sort of complaining that the budgets are too high. If you didn't want them that high, you could have said no. I don't know what your votes were for things, but you can't come back later and say, I wish we hadn't done that. You could open it up any time to address it. So I'm just saying that that's your job. If you think it's too high, cut it. And then if the Board of Selectmen thinks that that's terrible, then their job is to come back to the deliberative session and say, if we adopt the budget committee's in favor of, we lose X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. We think it should be this number. And then the people will vote and make a decision on whether or not they should be higher. But I'm just saying that you can be as strict as you want to be. And then it's another discussion. That's why we have a deliberative session. So I'm just saying that, you know, if you want to get tougher, get tougher. That's all.
Well, I think I'm not going to be on this committee next year, so I mean, I don't have a horse in the race, so to speak, but out of their home. I agree with you 100%. It's us as a committee, but I also feel I don't want to be the blame as a committee member. If a budget is put in front of me with all people asks, and you know, I'm impacting someone's livelihood, I want prudent decisions made before it's even put to me, so that I'm not the bad guy saying no to the fire department raise or no to the police. And I'm not saying that was done. I all due respect, but I do think if you have tighter guardrails, you're presented with a budget that was more fiscally minded from the onset. That's my personal opinion.
Any other discussions or points? Move to adjourn. Second. We are done.